Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Roll4It at our new Friday time slot. My name is Splattercat. We've got Shedder, Avik, Bentham, and Enter Elysium here with us today with the plan of playing some D&D. Although bandwidth appears to be our current enemy. It's fighting us. It's fighting us all the way.
I have dropped no thrains, so we are totally fine.
No, you sound like a robot.
Good lord. You sound like you're a trucker radioing in right now on your way into like the depot. Like, Roger, Breaker.
This is
like
Robert Ducky.
God damn it.
At the moment we're getting 0 frames from you. I can't even see you
Taco,
anymore.
where are you at?
You bent them as well.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think Brexit has happened, everybody. It is complete.
How's my camera for you guys?
Fine.
Absolutely fine.
Perfect.
Ha!
Is this because you're in Scotland? That's what it is. Yeah.
Absolutely glorious.
Yep.
Good lord.
You broke off, you stayed, so everything's fine over there.
Whoever is currently hacking Britain, could you stop for at least the show? You can continue hacking after the show.
Yeah, you can start again afterwards. It's fine.
Everyone says it looks fine on the stream, so let's
if you could focus your efforts on England specifically.
Oh my god, that sound is getting worse, EE.
Oh god. We can move to Discord if you want.
You sound like your voice is going through like 15 distortion algorithms and then a compression algorithm.
Exterminate! Exterminate!
That actually does sound remarkably on the ball for Daleks, yeah.
Like, you remember what cell phones used to sound like in like 2003? Like if you were on like one of those big Nokia bricks, that's kind of what it sounds like.
Oh man. The last time I had one of those and I finally went to a shop and got a new phone, the guy laughed as I handed it to him, and he transferred, whatever data he could over. And then he took my phone and he shoved it underneath the door as the new doorstop.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm like, yep, that's what it's for.
Those
Your
phones
phone
are still
can't
going to be
even do
around
the internet.
after the apocalypse. They'll be one of the main currencies of the Fallout real.
Oh, because they can still work.
Yeah.
It's like Rust. You don't build your house out of wood or stone. You build it out of Nokia camera phones.
That's like legit. If you get into like the Fallout situation, you go to like a secondhand phone shop, you grab all the Nokias, you strap them to your like torso, body armor, you're good.
So no, you plate your armored death wagon in them. Come on, think big, EE.
Fair enough.
They're still making phones, aren't they? And they're still like really durable. Maybe not quite as
I mean, it's better than like wearing Samsung, because if you wear Samsung, you're just going to explode. Like you fall over.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you see the Samsung battery?
Well, you have that on the outside of the
Nokias. Battery plant caught fire.
That's crazy.
Yeah, some people are like, oh, it's just occasional problems. Like people just handle the phones wrong or whatever. Dude, your own battery plant caught fire. Don't blame us. Sincerely,
well, in the apocalypse, you use them as grenades.
Yeah, the next generation. I made a joke about that on Twitter. The Gen 8s will actually come with a pin you can pull to initiate the detonation rather than it just happening on its own.
Oh, do you still get like the little tab on the batteries in phones, so you pull it off to allow the battery to actually like complete the circuit? That's the pin.
Yeah, fire it all!
Basically, if you turn it on, it's going to explode.
Yeah. See, on one hand, it won't be super useful for phone calls or internet, but at all times you'll be better armed than all the iPhone people. So,
true.
Checks and balances.
You could use your one Samsung phone to take out like 5 or 6 iPhone users and then take their phones.
Yeah, so like a 5-foot blast radius does like 4d6 fire damage, right?
All you got to do is find the hippest bar or, I don't know, vegan, whole food, organic, quinoa bar. And then throw your Samsung in there. You guarantee.
But then you get the most badass line. You just shout inside, "I've got a call for you, dude."
Okay, that was lame.
Oh, okay.
This is why. See, this is why we can't let you play Shadow. This is why if the GM Shadowrun is because your character would like dual wield phones or something. He'd be like a phone rigger, like throwing phones and dropping puns. And we
I have that corporate connection thingy that means that I have to use a certain weapon at all times, and it's just Nokia phones or Samsung phones. Nokia phones, you could throw them that brain someone.
Stun damage.
Who was the company that had "Can You Hear Me Now" as that annoying guy on commercials all day, every day? Fucking hated that guy.
Sprint, and then he sold out to T-Mobile. He's like a turncoat.
You guys didn't have that in Britain? Oh, you missed it. It was not quite as good as Left Shark, but it was right up there.
It's just a guy who goes, "Can you hear me now?" in various locations, and then the commercial ends, and they're like, "Just $29.99 a month." That's pretty much the entire commercial.
Oh.
And then they made a big deal out of it like a week ago or like a month ago when he sold out and he went to T-Mobile, and he was like, "Can you hear this now?" And I was like, "Okay." It took me like 6 years for that punchline, but I got you. Cool. All right. Like the commercials haven't been on TV for like years and years and years, and then all of a sudden he made a comeback, swapping to a different company as a Benedict Arnold or whatever. So I don't know. It was mildly entertaining. Man. We should probably play some D&D at some point.
It's got so much alimony to pay. Hey, as long as D&D doesn't have alimony, I'm in.
Yeah, alimony's rough. That and child support, man, those two. I got a buddy who's got child support for 2 kids, and it's just like, oh my god, where does your paycheck go? And he's like,
platinum a month
over there.
That's awful.
They might as well just mail it to her house. They're just like, oh well, what are you gonna do? Oh god, plan to play some D&D. But first, we got to talk about Patreon. So, take your broken arm and tell us about Patreon.
So, Patreon. It's a place where you can support the show. It's how we get to do the show all the time, like, thanks to the support of generous Patreons. Along with, tips and subs, etc. Mostly Patreon. You can totally go check us out at patreon.com/Roll4It. You go over there, you check down, you can look at the list of different tiers, and at different tiers you get different perks and stuff, and there's some cool things like the after shows which you get. And if you want to see what an after show looks like, by the way, we did a recent at the end of the season after show for Dark Heresy. We decided since it was the end of the season after show, we'd let everyone see, just because we're generous like that. So if you want to check out what they're like, you can watch that one. Normally
Splat
a bit more
isn't in the
random
after
shit
show
talking.
though, because he hates you all, and he said, "No, I'm not going to give it to them free."
That, and they were like,
my
disabling
loathing
the
could not be
internet.
contained.
Yeah.
He was the guy who posted it up, by the way.
He needed to go break E's arm. That's what he was doing.
Yeah,
Yes.
you have to you have to really, really sell the fact that I wasn't there with the pure unbridled hatred and loathing.
Yes.
Because if it's not in there, then I don't think they're really going to get the point across well. It makes it
was
sound
so
like right now,
disappointed
like,
that
oh, I
Lasari
needed
died, that he literally just got on a plane instantly. The show ended. He came over to the UK. He took a baseball bat to me, and then he flew back for today. So
surprisingly difficult to find a baseball bat in the UK. All of their baseball bats are flat. What the shit is up with that? I don't know. I was like, I want a baseball bat.
It's because you hit me
and they
so
handed
hard
you
of it, it got
paddle
flattened.
thing.
To be fair, if you turn a cricket bat onto the side, it's like smacking someone with the end of a book. It forces all of that pressure to a very thin line.
But then it's just a wood sword, Then you're just doing the same thing as a sword, just with less efficiency.
I mean, I've got a sword, but I wouldn't recommend it.
See, the better question is when I came after you with a bat, why didn't you defend yourself with your arsenal? You just took it.
You were on American time, and I was asleep. Because I was on British. There we go. But yeah, you can totally check out that different tiers and stuff. There are some tiers that allow you to see character sheets and stuff for NPCs. I believe Ravan, the Demon, and Khan's character sheets are going up soon. I will try and copy them at some stage, but the issue is right now I'm right-handed, so that might take a few days before that happens. But there'll be other stuff, and I know that the Demon stuff goes up.
Take a few days.
I mean, it won't take me a few days to copy and paste, but I've got other stuff that now is much more important, like Shadowrun that I need to do, so that's going to be eating up all my time.
Okay. That makes more sense. It was just
Yeah.
I got a broken arm, it's going to take me days. I'm like, dear God.
I am really shit with my left hand. I'm like, click, drag, control, alt. Oh, I've said the keyword. Fuck. But
See,
yeah,
I can eat with my left hand. I'm ambidextrous when it comes to eating in silverware. I did it on purpose because a teacher was like, right-handed people eat funny. They use their fork and then they pass it around and they swap it over. And I was like, well, shit, she's right. That's completely inefficient.
That's apparently mostly an American
my left
thing.
Hand.
I learned that a few months ago. Apparently, that's a much more common in America than it is in the UK. I was like, oh. Okay.
I never noticed it until she said that.
For some reason, I do it though.
Really?
None of the rest of my family do it. I just picked it up. They're like, "What are you doing? That's so dumb." And I don't know. It's just how it.
Are you talking about how you normally use your fork with your right hand, but when you're cutting meat or whatever, you pass the fork to your left?
No, I always have my fork in my left and knife in the right if you're right-handed.
That's what I'm talking about. My teacher pointed that out, so I joined the left-hand master race and just taught myself to eat with my left hand all the time, so I never have to swap anything around. I don't know. So now I don't have to worry about starving if I ever break my
I
arm.
have my
Like
fork in my
that was the
hand.
main point.
I mean, you say that. I got takeaway earlier because I was like, I can't really cook like this. So I got a burger and I was like, you know what? This is delicious. Nom, nom, nom. Dropped it into my sling with my arm. So I've got a ranch-flavored sling now, which is great. But yeah, you can support us over at Patreon. It allows us to actually do stuff like this and, you know, makes it worthwhile me coming here when I'm in extreme pain. But also, if you want to support us, you can also tip. You can also, like, subscribe on Twitch, because that's a thing. And you can also tip us some bits on Twitch if you want. So, you know, those are all good.
Don't tip any bits. That's rude. Carefully
No, we gotta
stack
get the
them.
cup. Where's the cup at? We need the cup.
Well, I was going to add it to the
Give
new
us the
overlay
cup.
when we get the new overlay.
Give us the cup.
We'll get a cup when we get the new overlay, because then we'll have space for it.
No, that's too long. We need the cup right now. The cup
There's
is the
always
best
something with this
game ever.
Eve, Alan.
Right now,
We need a
right
new
now.
overlay. Oh,
Right, okay.
broke my
I will
arm.
slowly click
Always
my way
something.
through all the options.
It's just a CLR browser. It's so easy. You go CLR browser, and then you just go to Streamlabs, and you copy and paste. Done. You now
How do you
have
copy and paste?
a green screen. Control-C, Control-V with your
Control-C,
left hand.
Control-V. Oh, you're not one of those people who types with two fingers, are you?
No, I do.
He
My
hunts in
left hand can do
typing.
Control-C, Control-V. It's just really annoying.
He
You have
hunts and
to...
pecks like an old man from
You
the
have to
80s.
Control-C, then you have to move the mouse with the same hand, then Control-V, then move the mouse with the same...
You know, you're lucky you don't have my dad, because when I broke my leg, he called me Cupcake for like 6 months because I said one time that my foot hurt. One time. And just from then on, I was Cupcake for the next 6 months. One time. You would just never hear the end of it in my family.
So, yeah,
would
your
never
Shadowrun
stop.
character's nickname's Cupcake, right? He
He's
would
gonna
literally
change
come over
all
here
the
and break the
branding so it
left
says
hand if I do
Cupcake
that.
now.
Yeah.
Well then, let's play some D&D. When last we left the characters, I believe Adavi had done something impulsive again and had lasered one of their leads. I've come to depend on it now.
It wasn't
I'm
Adavi, it was
researching-
Noson.
It wasn't a
Noson.
dummy.
Oh, it was Nasan. Okay, so he took a cue from Adavi then.
Yeah.
So Nasan was the impulsive one this time around.
Oh, yeah.
Mer-
Yeah, that's right.
You guys are really, really good at expunging leads. I'm not going to lie. Every lead you've had so far, you've basically mercilessly killed them.
I felt
Yeah,
so
it's-
left out being the voice of reason. Gets so boring.
We're like, it's really, I've come to depend on you guys being murder hobos at this point. It's actually changed the way that I'm planning on jamming for the future, because I'm just like, well, why give them leads? They're just going to kill them.
It's okay. We
Like,
have to learn our lessons sometime. I'll have to get, like, Speak with Dead.
I
that's
took,
That's a
so
really
I-
good
I
idea.
I took investigation, by the way. You know how many times we've used investigation? I'll give you a
Well,
guess.
You have plenty
You're
of
the one.
opportunities today.
It's
You're
none.
the one who's doing most of the murdering.
You have to
No.
investigate the bodies, man.
All right, I choose to investigate the what, did you decapitate him or did you just run him through?
Pretty sure you
Sends him
spit him on a
repeatedly with a
spear.
spear, I think.
Like, imagine like you got a
I went
toothpick
over and
and you got
over.
like a cocktail sausage, and then you jabbed it into the cocktail sausage like a million times until all you had was like
That's
a
true.
paste.
You mincemeated him. I forgot
There you
about
go.
that. You
No, I
just stabbed
didn't,
him like
because
1,000
there was a
times.
Dax in the way. He threw himself onto the body, so I had to meet him around Dax.
Yeah, like there's a small
Dax-shaped
goblin-shaped
section
yeah.
of torso and head that I haven't destroyed.
All right, I am investigating this corpse. Can I find anything that may or may not be a helpful clue?
That was the 24th, the MP3, by the way.
Oh no. Okay, so I was working on Roll20 last night, and apparently it didn't save any of my changes. So now I'm flying blind. We're good though. We got this. I believe I remember what was on him. So as you go through the body is super mangled thanks to Nasan. Nasan stabbed this guy a lot of his robes.
Farah.
Yes.
You did cut out very briefly.
Yeah, you went silent splat.
Am I still silent?
No.
Skype doesn't
you're
like
fine.
my new
You're right
microphone
now.
and my new interface. So
You're good.
I'm not really sure what caused it. Let me know if it happens again and I'll swap mics. The body is pretty badly mangled at the moment, but as
Does
you're
he
filtering
find a
through,
hole? Does he find several holes?
he finds
Like,
many,
yes.
many
It's
holes.
more like he finds the body around the holes.
Yeah,
It's more
this
hole
guy
in
is
the
in
body.
shreds at this point. But as you're going through the body, there are a number of things that are interesting. You don't find anything with regards to clues. His robes are pretty much shredded. Anything that he had in his pockets is mashed to bits from the psychotic display put forth by Nasan. However, on his person, you do find a sling which appears to be very, very well crafted. Along the edges of the cup where the stone and the bullet would go.
Can you give me that? I got really hurt in that fight. I really could do with a sling.
It's already in my robes. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I just thought you'd take it. I mean...
What? I'm still rifling through this guy's... you said the pockets are all messed up. Is there anything else on him? What's in his shoes?
Inside... His shoes are pretty much the standard of what you would expect from a druid-type individual. They appear to be fashioned from the parts of animals or other roughage and leaves that he seems to have found throughout the forest. They're utilitarian like that. Aside from the sling which you picked up, which along the cup where the bullet would go, it's got like a silver inlay almost going on. You tuck that into your robes. He does have a staff with him.
Different type of sling.
Yeah. His staff is laying alongside him. It looks interesting. It seems to have been carved from some kind of oak or otherwise, but has also sprouted leafing along the sides. On top of that, it looks as though somebody's taken gold inlay and allowed it to run all along the inside of the staff, and occasionally from that there are little glass beads about the size of a quarter or like a silver dollar every now and again that are filled with water, and at the top you can see that the staff has a mouth almost, like a hole coming out of the top of it.
Holy crap.
Aside from that, he's also got a suit of chainmail on him. Or I'm sorry, not chainmail, a chain shirt that he was wearing underneath his robes for protection, which appears to be relatively... I mean, there's some dents and dings now from the onslaught that was Nasan, but it looks to be much better made than anything you've seen so far on the island. It's a chain shirt, and along the top, it's got gold leafing, literally, where it's got a vine running along the collarbone right here with gold leaves coming down, and then it appears to have kind of an abdominal plated section that's also made out of the same metal, both silver and gold intertwined. Aside from that,
extremely finely crafted. Mormon. I'm assuming I can show the chainmail to Mormon. Mormon, what do you make of this?
Mormon's paying no attention. While you were doing the investigating, I've pulled Nosson aside and said, "What the hell are you doing?"
Oh, and by the way, I'm handing the ornately crafted staff over to Nosson, just because he needs another polearm.
Okay. While that's going on,
you should hold on to this.
I just want to do a quick medicine check to fashion myself a sling, and then I'm going to go into the forest looking for the necromancer's body.
Sure. I've pulled Nosson aside, and if he doesn't respond to that, then I say, "Why did you kill him? We had him. He was right there."
We've still got him.
Well, he's not much use for us now, is he?
As people ask me questions and don't wait for a response, I just ignore them and walk away.
Where are you going? We could have asked him what was going on. What was that ritual? Now they're all dead.
As I'm asked again, I turn back around. He said we may as well kill him, because if he told us, he'd be dead anyway. He wasn't going to be any use.
A correction. He said just don't take him back to the Druids' enclave. He said he's as good as dead if you take him back there. I'm pretty sure he was open to talking.
No, not from what I heard.
Not someone's looking for an excuse. It doesn't matter. Not someone will work it so there's a reason.
I say, well, now he definitely can't tell us. Do you know what that was? Because I don't, and I'm gesturing to the pillar. Are all the pillars broken, by the way, or is the one that's still intact?
There's one standing. So as you're taking a look on over there, there are 3 or 4 pillars that have appeared to have collapsed or broken, and the detritus of the upper part of them seems to have just dissipated over the years and been gone. There is one pillar still standing, however, next to a knocked over pillar. One that actually has quite a bit of blood, the one that's knocked over right here. Is everybody on that page? Okay, good. The pillar that's knocked over has a bunch of blood on it. You assume that it's more than likely from the pups, which have been slaughtered in the middle of the ritual area. However, there is one large pillar right here that extends upwards several meters, and at the top of it you can see a shining symbol that matches the one that's been burned into the ground, presumably perhaps made out of gold or silver, some kind of electrum.
I walk over and take a look at this and turn back and say, whatever they were doing here, he knew what that was, pointing at the body. And he could have told us. We could have got it out of him, but now he's dead, so I guess we'll just have to try and work this out. And I start, investigating, seeing if I can work out anything from the markings on the pillar.
Okay. Give me a...
Investigation.
Yeah, give me an investigation check, but since it has to do with a stone monument, do it with advantage because your character was a stone crafter.
All right.
Dax, as you're heading out into the forest to look at the body of the necromancer, please give me a perception check. With a 13. With a 13, you can tell that this is no stone that you've ever seen before. You're used to working with marble and granite and plagioclase and stuff like that. And as you're taking a look at it, it sort of has the consistency of a polished marble, but the grain is all wrong. The way that it moves and the way that it flows and the way that it functions, you've never seen this stone before. And you're not exactly sure what its origin is or what it might be. You can't classify it, which is actually kind of disarming at the moment because you've spent your entire life as a stone crafter. So you know stone. On top of that, you're a dwarvish stone crafter, which kind of makes you as big of an expert as you can possibly be. You don't know where it's from. As far as you can tell, it just looks like normal stonework. Aside from the materials used in its crafting, you don't notice anything else interesting.
Is there
I
anything
walk around it
on...
looking at this. I'm just muttering,
Sorry,
what on
go
earth?
ahead.
That's it, carry on.
If the body has given up everything that's going to give me, I'm looking at the ground around here. Anything that's not just splattered in blood or whatever. Noticing that, what was that idiot's name? The guy who ran away and died. Whatever. Noticing that he had the like black vein things that we had seen similarly in the cave. Do we see anything like that on the ground here, or does what's his name? Oh my God, I'm so bad with names today. The elvish dude.
Solomon Bray is the
Solomon. That's the one. Did he have any of those similar like black veiny things on him, or was it only on the other guy?
He looks like every standard elf you've ever seen.
Okay.
He's got some tattooing and things like that. As you're looking,
no other
don't see-
signs of the. Okay.
Nope. With your medicine check was pretty good. You managed to look around and you find some ivy, and you have like this particular moment of like clarity where you're like, "Ooh, if I take this and then I wrap this around here," and all of a sudden you've taken ivy and like a piece of bark, and somehow you fashioned like a splint out of it, and it seems to have
Yay.
worked out pretty well.
My perception was 24. I got a crit. And I'm now proficient in perception because I got proficiency with it.
As you're going out into the forest to look for Ezrai's body, it's not too hard to find because there's like a smoldering wreck where he used to be. However, you do see movement off in the distance. You can't tell exactly what it is, but you just see things swishing in between brush and trees.
I stealth.
Okay.
Also, when I like, what's left of his body? Because I thought they like blew out a chunk out of his chest, like through the center of the guiding bolt. Is it like the entire thing smoldered, or 22 stealth?
He's in pretty bad shape. I mean, he's been in better shape, mostly when he was alive, not with holes in him. But as you go through, so did you want to look through the body?
Is the body just like in the undergrowth and stuff, or is it fall into like a bit of a clearing or something? Like, will going to the body attract the attention of whatever's running around here?
You're not entirely sure, but your stealth roll was pretty solid, and so you managed to. You're a small character, and you mash yourself to the ground, and you would be able to go through the body, and they would have to make like all kinds of perception checks if they were actively hunting you to see you.
Okay. Are they like all around me now? Have they like managed to get past me and sort of surround me, or are they just in the front?
Oh no, they're like way off in the distance.
Oh.
They're like, half a kilometer away basically. The only reason you saw them is because you got a really, really good crit, but all you can see is shadows way off in the distance. It just seems like the brushes and the bushes and things are moving a bit more than normal.
Okay, I'll go for the body really quick. Like, normally I'd go back and tell people, but Nasan kind of got a murder boner going on, so I'm a little bit disillusioned with the party right now. So I wanna give them a bit of time to calm down. So yeah, I'll go through the body.
Okay. As you go through the body, he Wasn't wearing any particular thickness of armor or anything like that. You figure that that's probably standard for somebody that's
Yeah.
casting spells. Give me an investigation check to figure out how much you determine here before I give you loot and whatnot.
I am not proficient in investigation. 10.
Okay, so with a 10, as you're going through the body, you find a brace of hand crossbows that he has kind of concealed underneath his robes over the top of another shirt. There are 3 of them. You also find a necklace around his neck with the words "Hold Fast" written on the back of it. It's shaped like a teardrop of gold, and on the front there seems to be a circular gemstone that's red and seems to be slightly alight. It's vaguely luminescent when you hold it in the shadows.
Fast necklace. Okay, how many bolts did the hand crossbows have?
There, weirdly enough, are only the bolts that are already installed on the hand crossbows and wound up. Make me a dexterity check, please. A dexterity save.
Oh, crap. Sure.
A 1-armed dexterity save.
Mm-hmm. With disadvantage.
24. Oh, God damn it.
So with that save, you did pretty well. As you're taking one of the crossbows...
Yeah, that wasn't
No,
disadvantage.
I was messing.
Oh, okay.
No, I was joking. I wasn't being serious. Because he's got a broken arm. As you're taking the crossbows off of his person, you note that just for a second, one of the bolts drags across his flesh, and you see it pull backwards and sizzle ever so slightly. You barely saw it.
Should I put them down as bolts with poison? Poison. Can I make an Arcana check?
It would be a nature check, I think.
Nature check. Okay. It's just as good for me because I don't know anything. 15.
You're getting pretty solid rolls, though.
Good rolls, yeah.
With a 15, you remember during some of your medicine training for healing and things of the like, various toxins being talked about, which would act upon the flesh almost in an accelerated way. So you've learned how to clean wounds, and you've learned how to take care of things that are slightly infected throughout your time healing. You recall several times, both with necromancy and also in the case of alchemy, that there are ways to accelerate the process of rot eating flesh. Looking on that, you get the feeling that that's what's happening right there as the flesh slowly starts to curl and fall backwards and sort of deflate.
Hand crossbows with necro poison. Okay. I'm going to put it down as necrotoxin.
Who knew necromancers had necrotoxins? Goodness.
Can I do an Arcana check on the necklace as well?
They have to milk themselves for that, by the way.
And I will be guiding this.
God damn it, Avak.
10.
Not the best Arcana check. You're not quite sure. The fact that it's slightly luminescent makes you think that, yeah, sure, it's magical. But other than that, you're not really sure. Is it
like luminescent, like it would be bad for stealth, or is it just that vague? It's magical.
Very, very vague.
Okay.
Like if you take the necklace holding it and you put it under the shadow of like a branch or a leaf, you can barely see it. So if it was pitch black out, it would give you a very, very dim luminescence, not enough to actually see with or get light from. It's just the stone itself seems to have a very, very vague, like an old glow stick almost glow to it.
Fair enough.
Suddenly we're in a Dungeons and Dragons rave.
Mm-hmm. That's why it's on a chain so you can swing it around. Get it going all over the place.
Meanwhile, I'm chatting up with Nosa, and I don't give a crap that he's killed this guy. I'm like, I think Lysander's going to want to hear about this. He was concerned about Solomon going after the children, and he needs to hear about this. I don't know if we should go there right away, but soon.
I found this collection of rubble just near to where the body is. Is that literally just a mound of rubble there? Like basically something that Nosa will be able to sit on. Okay, so I've perched myself up there, and I've taken out a canteen, and I'm sort of wearing a scowl as I'm cleaning the blood off the spear at the moment, and just pouring a bit of water on and patiently cleaning the blade. But as Adavi mentions this, I lift the spear and I point towards the wolves. Do you think they might be the children? I mean, it's hard
quite
to
likely.
tell, but
If you want to do an investigation check, you can definitely do that. Actually, you got a 24. Yeah, those are the kids. Never mind. With the 24, you can definitely see the telltale signs. Shape-shifting as you go through the body with your Arcana skill, as you go through the 3 small corpses of the pups. Shape-shifting has like strange effects on the way the skin, its elasticity, and on the way that fur forms when they're changing in between different shapes. And you quickly find some of those indicators. Essentially, it's just exacerbated like stretch marks when they're in various different forms that take some time to like go away, and you don't have any trouble. You assume, based on your Arcana skill, that because they were young, they were still being inducted. They were still being taught, essentially, how to change form. Normally, you're pretty sure that druids pop out when they die. You're not like 100% on it, but you remember reading something about it somewhere, or you've got a vague inkling. The fact that they haven't popped out.
By pop out, do you mean like they turn back to human?
Yeah.
Or what, they just explode?
They turn back to,
the wolf's
they're
mouth
explosive
just
druids.
opens really wide, and there's a it just
Shouldn't
bursts
they-
the child.
Shouldn't they
And all
turn
that's
back
left is this empty
to
wolf skin.
elves?
Go back to the usual mass. They just go.
Oh,
Yeah.
robot bent them.
Yeah, Robo.
Robo bent thumb.
Oh no!
Bent thumb.
I don't know what's happening.
It's fine now. Well, like, it's
Hey,
okay.
that's
Avic's camera's just decided it wants to do like half an FPS, so
I think we're
Skype
just
loves
alternating.
us.
It's the 3 of us. It just cycles round.
Skype is
Yeah.
the worst program ever.
mm-hmm.
That's the
So
plot
what does
twist, is that Mormon is actually a dwarvish construct this entire time, and he finally just hit a bug and like, what are we
5,000
doing?
years time, Mormon is still alive. He's a dwarven construct, but he's just being used as a server for Skype.
Of course.
And also
It all
for
makes
lifting
sense.
heavy shit.
With the Davy confirming that they are the children, I settle back in my seat a little bit, looking a bit troubled. We should take their bodies back. How much do you think they weigh?
Not much.
I'll
Mormon
pick
would.
one up. How much does it weigh?
It's, I mean, they weigh whatever little kids weigh. I'm not exactly a doctor when it comes to like what little kids should weigh, but I have a puppy, and he weighs like 20, 25 pounds when he was younger. So
Probably
yeah,
weigh about
sure.
the same as I do.
Yeah, they weigh about as much as Dax does. And you happen to have Oscar with you, who happens to be a rather large bull ox. So, you know.
I'm gonna take Solomon's torn up and tattered robes and lay him over Oscar and put the pups on there.
Okay.
We should
Also,
put some effort into being respectful with the bodies. Him, we can just decapitate him. It's proof enough we killed him and who he was. But I should imagine that they would not be best pleased if they just see us returning with the corpses of their slain kin just slung over the ox haphazardly.
Dax, you also find a note tucked into the folds of. You find a note tucked into the folds of Ezrai's robes. I forgot to bring that one up.
Ooh.
I'm going to edit it and go ahead and put it in your journal so that you have that on the handouts.
Well, I'm no expert on elvish. I don't know, habits. How would you expect them to want these kids returned? No song.
At the very least, with that, I get up and I basically take off my robe. It leaves me in my pants and my shoes and all that, but you know, it's a fair bit of fabric. And I go over to a dab and I effectively just kind of roll one up in it for all intents and purposes, but it's kind of like it's sort of swaddling the pup as best I can. And as I'm doing, I'm like, I'm not really sure what we could do, but the very minimum we could is wrap them and not just leave the corpses for the flies.
Dax, did you want to read the note for us?
I was going to read it when I got back to people, because I don't think I'd have a chance to read it right now. I'd probably be
okay.
more aware of the people half a kilometer away and if they're coming closer.
Fair enough. Then I'm going to follow suit and roll up another one of the dead pups. I assume we have enough fabrics or whatever to roll them all up.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Mormon, was there anything else you wanted to do with the pillar?
Well, I've carried on just like being fascinated by the fact that I've never seen this stone before, just walking around. I'm checking all the pillars, making sure they're all made of the same stuff. Also
they all
looking at the
match?
fallen ones and seeing if it's the same material all the way through or if it's like a surface thing.
Yes, they all appear to be of uniform creation all the way. They've got uniform parts.
And are them uprooted? Does it show like? Can I see how far down they go, or would I have to like try and dig one up for that?
You would have to dig with your hands. I'm trying to pick through right now because you got a serious case of robot voice going on.
It is so good. Robo Bentham.
Also, your camera and now Avex have both frozen, so, you know.
Something's up with the UK. Me and Shen are fine. It's got to be the Skype UK server or something going crazy.
No, it's Shen and
okay,
Vlad have been fine the whole time.
Yeah.
Like right now, E's camera hasn't moved for the last like 3 or 4 minutes.
The reason it's moving people on stream, by the way, is because you're seeing my local copy of the camera. You're not seeing the one I'm broadcasting out to people. But yeah, UK Skype.
Okay, so I do show that I could potentially use to try and dig up the pillars.
Guys, do you want to move
this
the
is like
audio?
a scene from Wayne's World when he's ordering the takeout.
Do you want to move the audio to Discord really, really quickly? We mute our Skype, we go on Discord, someone just puts us in a room, and that'll work. Like, it'll take like a minute.
We probably should. At this point, it's disruptive.
Yeah.
Robo Bentham.
Guys, so we will literally just be a minute, so just bear with us. Hopefully we'll still have the video going on. I don't know if it's going to be still or not, but technical difficulties. Everyone mute your mics.
All right, am I coming through on Discord?
You are. You're also coming from stream right now, so don't, you know, slag anyone off too loudly.
Am I okay? Hello?
There we
Can
go.
you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
You're very tinny, but other than that, this should all work fine.
I've realized an issue that Shen doesn't have Discord. I can't hear you, but it says that you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Believe
your
Skype mute the microphone.
Havoc, yours is really, really messy.
Microphone.
I can barely hear you. You're roboting.
Okay, now I can see that E is talking, but I can't hear him, and... Oh dear.
Test. Test.
Okay, so welcome on back, everybody. Sorry about that. Technical issues just pervading everywhere today. It looks like we have some kind of thing going on, and we're not really sure what. It appears to just be a problem with Skype. So welcome on back. We are still reading notes and doing things. Hopefully everything holds tight for the remaining future. But yes, as I recall, Mormon was doing some investigation on the pillar.
Yeah, so I was looking at if I could work out if they how far they went down, and I do have a shovel with me that I could use to try digging and seeing, but I don't immediately go for that.
Okay.
Because these are magical pillars, and so first I turn around to Davi and say, "Have you got a way of finding out what magic is going on here? There's clearly something about these things, but
Magic?
the stone doesn't tell me anything. Never even seen this stuff before."
That wasn't like any magic I've seen. But I will cast detect magic on myself.
Okay.
See if I can find anything in the area.
I'm guessing the entire area.
Yeah, it's going to be as much as I can see.
I mean, there's a large bloody
within 30
pentagram,
feet.
so
I'm gonna stand up, walk around, nom on some snacks from my robes, and see if I can find anything cool.
Okay, so with detect magic, the things that you notice, both the staff and the sling that you took off of the body of Solomon Bray are glowing slightly. They glow slightly because by comparison to the rest of this area, they're kind of dim, but this entire area has just kind of a glow about it. It's been a long time since you've used a spell like Detect Magic in such a magically active area, and so the pillars themselves are actively just blazingly bright. But if you watch them for just a moment, you don't really want to look at them because it leaves little shapes and figures and purple dots in your eyes when you look at them for too long with the spell active. But they appear to be getting dimmer. You're not sure if it's your eyes adjusting to the ridiculously bright light or not, but it looks as though the just ridiculous radiant brightness of the ruins is slowly dimming. By comparison to that, the work on the ground, it is also glowing. The symbol that's been burned into the ground, the bisected star, but it's glowing not in kind of a bright way. It's got almost kind of like a purplish undulating glow to it that is also slowly dissipating. As you look over and you see Dax, you see him briefly look at a necklace, and a small glow is coming off of that as well.
I'm not within 30 feet.
He said he was walking around, so I assumed he was just patrolling the area completely.
Okay.
So yeah, this area is definitely magically active, and if you wanted to give me an Arcana check, we'll see how much you can glean from that situation.
Let's see how this goes. 12.
With a 12, you can sense kind of lingering remnants of magic in the air. Even though the area is very violently glowing at the moment, you do determine pretty quickly with your experience that it is dissipating. For whatever reason, the magic that exists in this area is dispersing. However, you also know from your magical skill that if magic of this power is dispersing, something equally as powerful had to be applied in order to make it just burst like that. It's almost like a bubble has been popped, and it's just slowly draining out right now.
Well, we did have that giant pillar of light, so something was going on. Mormon, remember that jar that Dax was playing with?
Yeah.
I'm sure you remember that one. Remember how it was losing its powers, and that's why we decided we couldn't really use it anymore?
Yeah.
Well, the same thing's happening in this area. Everything's just sort of losing its power. Those pillars, for instance, those things are crazy magical, but they're getting dimmer.
I guess that makes sense. Whatever they were doing, it's finished now.
It is finished. I'm extremely concerned why they would need so much blood. This is certainly no kind of magic that I'm familiar with.
You do think that the blood, typically, when you see something like this, the area looks as though it's been trapped or enchanted or something of that kind. That's normally when you see that disperses, when somebody dispels magic like that. With your Arcana check, you would know that blood is occasionally used as an offering in order to knock out very, very powerful enchantments, but much more than that you can't say.
Are the figures in the distance getting closer or not? Because by now I've probably finished looking at the body.
No, aside from that small glut of movement, you don't see them anymore.
Noticing that this area had an enchantment that's probably been broken, I'm going to say to Nosan that we should probably head back to the circle.
Guys, there are people in the distance,
Dax?
or something in the distance. It's gone now. Like a group of people traveling under brush, trying to be quick and stealthy about it. They're not there anymore.
Did you see what they were?
What direction were they going when I saw them initially?
It seemed as though they weren't particularly traveling, but it was just shadows, and so gleaning a ton of meaning from it is going to be difficult.
How great of a distance, Dax?
About half a kilometer, a lot of shadows moving under brush.
You think we could catch up with them?
I left
What
a moment.
Form to the pillar before we go any further, because I sense a flight coming soon, and so I just wanted a list of things you did with the pillar.
Well, I checked the composition of everything. I made notes. I probably tried to draw out what was actually marked on the pillars compared to what I already knew.
To be fair, Splat, the list of things he didn't do to the pillar was much shorter.
Love pillar. Love pillar.
And then I find one of the broken ones, and I chip off a piece with my chisel.
Okay. As you pick up the piece that you chiseled off, everything goes black.
I was going to say, as I took the piece off, I practically expected an explosion. I was like, chick, and then did nothing happen at that point, but as soon as I picked it up, it all went wrong.
Yeah, nothing happened. It was just mundane.
So did things go black when I picked it up, or was that all fine?
It's when you picked it up, everything just went black. Everybody else, you see Mormon fall over.
I ran up to Mormon.
Mormon?
You're running through a forest. You're very, very low to the ground, and you can feel the sun coming in between the trees. For whatever reason, your sense of smell feels very, very heightened, and while your vision doesn't feel quite so good, you've never smelled the world like you smell it right now. As you're running your viewpoint along the ground, you can feel the grass running against your belly and across your arms. And you look down and, you've got paws. That's strange. You look up and you're chasing...
That's strange.
Huh.
You're chasing a girl in a red dress. Probably 10 or 11 years old.
Does she have a hood?
No! Don't chase the girl in the red dress! Damn it, that's how you get killed in the Matrix. Don't do it. Don't do it.
You feel an intense feeling of fear and anger. And as you're closing the gap with her, you feel yourself lunge at her. And right before you arrive at her back, your vision returns.
Was he making any sound or whatever when he was unconscious? Was he like...
No, he's just...
doggy
it's like when he blacked out.
Roof.
You remember... Okay, give me a medicine check real fast. From there, you're taken to a vision of just a throng of people. You've never seen anything like it before. Thin-armed, thin-legged, elongated heads with kind of ashen gray skin. Standing at what looks like this location, except that it's at the top of what looks like a spire of some kind, or at the top of a viewpoint of a city as you look around. They're standing next to the pillars, which look newly minted, and are gesturing with their hands and speaking words that you've never heard before. It's no language that you've ever seen or heard uttered. There's a shudder as the air closes in towards the ruins. And as things fall still and the dust settles, you see them all look around nervously at one another. but the crowd that's gathered around the spectacle that's taking place, all very, very similar in appearance to the ones performing the ritual.
I would actually...
A cheer goes up.
I'm going to assume that he's in some sort of thing like he did with the dog last time, because this is the pillar we assume the dog came from, and he passed out last time. With 13 medicine, is that enough to dispel my hunch?
With a 13 medicine, the current coma that he appears to, the comatose state that he's in, appears very, very similar to the one that happened when he was...
I think he might be in another trancey thing where he sees things. Like the last time he saw the dog and then went unconscious and got fur. Can you send to him and like talk to him in his mind? Because I poke him.
We can try. We can try. I'll try send message on this sleeping dwarf.
Sure. Let me check the specific message. This might be interesting.
I have no idea if it'll work, but Dax wouldn't know whether or not, so that's fine.
Hey, Mormon, are you there?
I'm here.
This is Earth to Mormon.
I don't know. It depends if I'm on a different plane or if it's a dream.
So it doesn't count as a psychic message. It's actually an auditory message that the person hears. So since he's unconscious, I'm going to say no. But if it was like a linking minds type thing, that would have been an interesting curve.
Yeah.
That would have been weird.
He's not responding. I don't think he's there, man.
As the cheer goes up through the crowd, you feel a tremendous sense of calm come over you, as though whatever was done here might have been the salvation of your people. And with that, the darkness re-encroaches, and you wake back up with a gasp.
Minor illusion, by the way, before he wakes up, a doggy bowl in front of him that's like piled full of like dog treats, and on the front of it says Mormon.
What are you doing, Jax? I walk over to where Mormon lays.
I sit bolt upright, and I'm guessing that I could put 2 and 2 together and work out that I was the Black Hound there.
Okay.
And I sit bolt upright and say, the Black Hound! And then start looking around. It's like, wait, the shadow, did you see? Which way was the shadow?
I look to Francis and I go, this isn't the first time he's done this.
Am I covered in fur right now? Has that happened again?
No. Francis is sitting over on the rubble, and he saw Mormon go down. Is he always a narcoleptic like that? I knew a girl up north. I think I dated her for a while. She just black out on the spot just randomly whenever she was stressed. Is that like common for him?
I think with Mormon it has to do more with doggies. For some reason. Yeah. You seen any dogs around here? Giant black dogs? We heard there's a big one.
Am I still holding the piece of marble, or did I drop it?
You're still holding the piece of marble.
Okay, so I know that I can continue to hold it and not just suddenly collapse again.
Yes.
What did you see?
I lift it up and show it them. It was when I touched this. It seems to be okay now. I had visions. There were 2 of them. One was about the Black Hound, one was about the pillars.
What happened in them?
Well, the first one, it was like before. It was like I was the hound. I was chasing someone. That might have been happening right now.
The name Talia comes to mind. For some reason, that's the name that you got in your head.
I look really puzzled for a second, and then say, Talia, I think that was her name. I was chasing. We should go.
What about the other one?
The other one, I think I saw the pillars being made. They're important. They're used for something. I'm not sure what, but...
Did anyone give you any information about the pillars? Anything we can use?
I saw them being... It was immediately after they were made, I think. There was... How many did I see? Did I see 13 of them? Or was it, like, a lot more?
You didn't see anything specifically about the numbers of the pillars. However, you did see this location. The configuration of the pillars was, like, identical. The only difference is that you were standing on top of, like, a marble dais that was on top of some kind of building that overlooked a fairly large city of some kind. Other than that, you look around and all you see is forest, but the only thing that remains the same are the pillars right there.
So there were people there.
Yeah, they were strange people, long arms and legs, faces like ash. They didn't speak anything I'd ever heard, and I start looking around at there was a city here.
Wait, they were speaking?
Here, right here.
They were speaking something. They were cheering. It seemed like whatever these pillars were for, it was something important.
Well, they have or had an enchantment on them at this point in time. Did you glean anything about what that might be?
Only that it was stopping something. What it seemed like. It seemed like they'd been made for some purpose, and then when they were, people were cheering for it. They were happy.
Can you remember
Like
anything?
it contains something.
The end of something or the beginning of something?
Can you remember anything that they said?
Can I try and repeat any of the words I heard?
I cast comprehend languages on myself.
Okay. Give me an intelligence check to see how well, because that was a very disorienting experience. It's almost like remembering what happened in a dream, and so
It's very hard to remember a language that you have no idea.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's
It's
totally
like
fair.
you can maybe get 3 syllables.
I
out of
will
it or
be
whatever.
guidancing you.
16.
No, guidance is concentration. I won't be able to do that. I'd Can I inspire him? Because I've got 1 inspiration left before we sleep.
Sure, go for it.
I have something prepared for this.
Uh-huh.
I just need to boot it up on my other PC.
USB noises.
USB
right?
God.
There is no God in the void.
I'm wondering now if you've actually prepared a song for remembering specifically.
Not for remembering specifically. It seems to have disappeared.
Remember.
I mean, I'm imagining what he experienced in a broken up weird dream with languages that he didn't know might have been similar to the kind of vision that you get from the Prothean devices in
Siri,
Mass
come
Effect.
on now.
It's so
that's my thing, is
disjointed that you wouldn't understand any of it.
Yeah, have you ever read a book in your dream where you look at the page and in the dream the page makes sense, but when you wake up you I can't remember at all what the book said, or it's kind of like that where it's you're picking through little tendrils of memory that are all just moving away now and falling apart because it's in your temporary RAM or something. It's weird.
Download more RAM.com.
Yes.
Download more.
I'll
This
see if I can
force
try
needs
and
a RAM
remember
upgrade.
it. Moment with your two-hander. Hopefully you hit. Moment with your sword sharp. Hopefully you will crit. Oh, Noson with his spear so sharp, he dances round, it's such a lark, until he's behind you. Davy with his purple robes, that's just it. I'm happy he's wearing clothes. Somehow we're on this island, killing necromancers. Somehow we must defeat them, or we are all fucked.
Right now,
it.
there's somebody at Paramount Pictures just sue them! Sue them! Just clicking a button over and over and over again.
Just sued.
You're so sued right now.
Yeah, pretty much. But you do get 1d6 inspiration dice.
Worth it.
Will I roll that?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. It's a 2.
Okay.
With the 2,
15.
you have an 18 intelligence. And with that check, you do indeed remember some of the words. Now, you start repeating them out loud, and they're fragmented. Dax, what you're hearing is not the syntax of a properly formed sentence and whatnot, but the general feeling that you get from it is you get an idea that they're trying to slow down the progress. This should stay the course. Buy us time.
Okay. I repeat that, literally, as he's telling me the words, I repeat that back in common. So I'm guessing they were trying to slow something down, perhaps the Scourge thing underground? Actually, Mormon, can you take another chip off the pillar?
I look at the pill. I'm I can try.
And I'll grab
We'll
it.
try to catch you this time rather than you just simply falling on the ground.
Marmond, if you don't do it. He's just going to force you to do it. Just put another chip out.
Yeah, I approach the pillar cautiously. I sit down before I try and chip a piece off, and then I just.
All right, I'm just gonna try and catch it this time. It was you had to catch it to get the vision, right? Not you to chip it.
It was when I touched it after I chipped it.
Okay, so I need to touch it, and then if I go into the vision, I might still be able to comprehend the language. Maybe.
All right, and I chip a piece off and I guess let it drop into his hand.
Nothing happens.
Oh, well. It's probably because you had that thing with the dog earlier.
Or he's full of crap.
Possibly.
I just went out cold. I don't just do that on demand.
I mean, I remember one time back in Graustein when we went to, what was it? The cart horse inn, and you had like 5 pints, and then you went out cold.
Well, that's different.
As you're seeing this, you see Francis comes over, and with a dagger, he starts digging at the bottom of the pillar a little bit.
Like at the dirt or at the base of the pillar?
The dirt at the base of the pillar. He, after a few minutes looking at it, kind of, since you all seem to be so interested, it looks contiguous. Look, I've dug down like a foot, and I don't think there's any reason for a pillar to go down too much further aside from grounding it. It looks like it goes into the ground. It looks like it's widening as it goes down as well.
Really? So perhaps there's some structure beneath us.
In my head.
That'd be my guess. He shrugs and kind of walks off and sits down on one of the other broken pillars to the left.
I touch Mormon with the shard I have in my hand.
Nothing happens.
Mormon, do you still have that shovel on you?
Yeah, and I take it out and hand it to him. Thinking back to my dream, we were on top of some sort of spire, right? Were the pillars on top of that spire?
They were. There was kind of a little circular... there was kind of a circular deck that was built onto a type of overhang. Everything else was made out of the stone, by the way, that the pillars were made out of. It was like a great white mass in the sunlight, everything kind of shining. It was on like a dais or kind of a viewpoint almost that they had constructed it on. You get the feeling, given the geometrical significance of the area, like everything was kind of shaped around that point for the rest of the building with various edifices and things pointing at it, that perhaps it was important. It was the reason why that building was built in the first place, was to channel or to provide it with the proper slot in order to do its job.
Mormon, you said there was some kind of dais that someone was speaking from or standing upon. Where would that be in relation to the pillars that we see?
So in my vision, the pillars there were they widened at below a certain point as well.
Yes, but you were at the bottom of the pillars, so they were quite a bit wider from your viewpoint.
I after hearing what what's he called, the goblin guy said, Francis or whatever. Yeah, I go, wait, the city wasn't here, and I look straight down and go, it was down there. We were at the top of it.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
There might be an entire city below this forest.
Well, let's see how crazy or how not crazy you are, Mormon. Where was the dais that they were standing upon? Let's see if we can find that thing.
Right, where was that relative to everything else?
It would be down from you. So taking a look, you look up at the gold symbol on the top of the only remaining pillar, and you'd figure it'd be down a good 5-10 meters is how far you would have to dig, because these pillars went up pretty high up into the air from the dais itself.
I say it's like 10 meters down from here. It'd be a big dig, but we could try.
That would take a lot of time. I don't know. How fast do dwarves dig?
That will be a big dig moment. We could, but we have other things that we should be attending to. I look over at the 3 druid children.
Didn't one of you say, and I honestly don't recall who, didn't one of you say that there was another mine in this area?
Aye, there is another mine at that. Mormon's, I I suppose our friend, Master Hallsguard, the mine that he worked with his partner.
How likely would it be that that mine would have, that it would go deep enough to find any type of remnants of the city that was here?
Possibly. Truth be told, Abby, the more we... all roads seem to lead to the subterranean for us. I'm starting to think that there isn't by coincidence. I'm wondering if these visions that you're having, Mormon, are connected to the... What was it you called them? Dax, what was the name that you found for those creatures?
Kizrathi?
That's the one. Perhaps these Kizrathi, you said long-armed creatures with ashen skin. Now, you didn't describe the Kizrathi, but those are two features that they have.
Mormon, you would say that they're very, very distinct from the Kizrathi. They're much taller. They stand probably 7 feet tall, was about the average height that you saw among them. The finery that they wore was indicative of a very, very successful society. They were all wearing things that looked like some of the finest silks you had ever seen. And in terms of the magic they were performing, give me an Arcana check real fast, just to kind of recollect.
Right. 11.
Okay. You don't know what magic they were doing, but it appeared to be a guided, practiced hand. You aren't sure how advanced it was, but they seemed as though they were very, very adept at casting magic. If you wanted to re-describe them, essentially their torsos very, very small, long, thin legs that run down to the ground, which are a bit almost out of proportion with their torso size, long, thin arms that end just in elongate fingers, just like ours. The only difference is that perhaps the phalanges would be, the bones of the fingers would probably be about 2 to 3 times as long. Much, much thinner. They looked almost fragile, like if you shook hands with them too hard, you might break them. Their faces were an oval shape, elongated, with very, very long ears that ran off the back of their heads. The top part of the cranium was where the majority of the extension took place, whereas the lower part of their face was leaned slightly backwards and thinner, but it was still somewhat kind of human. It was kind of somewhat humanoid. They did have noses, and more importantly than that, they had 2 eyes, which from the Kizrathi you've seen so far, they all appear to have just the one eye with the central spot so far.
See, I say, no, it's not the same, and then relay, like, everything I can remember.
Perhaps could it be that whatever
whatever
magic you saw might be some kind of... Could it be that they were guarding against the Kizrathi? It seems that there are 2 possibilities here that seem most likely. The Kizrathi or the Hound. The Hound could be a method by which they were sealing them. I'm clutching at straws. There's not enough information to give guesses.
I really hate to break the train of thought here, but perhaps we could continue this discussion as we get on the move. I don't feel comfortable standing in this area too long. If Dax had seen figures in the distance, and we really do need to get to the circle to report this.
It seemed like they weren't moving, like they were stationary or something.
Still, I'd sooner.
But I'm not in the fight right now. And I've kind of, that was my last match. Actually, I've got a 2nd level, but
if we make our way back, then at the very least we can rest, recover ourselves, and if the intent is to head out to the mine, Master Hallsguard had requested that we take him with us.
If I might make a suggestion, you see the goblin off sitting with his finger raised.
Sure, Frog.
We still have unfinished business with the Bowerstone gang as well. I mean, this whole mine business and this whole ruins thing. Like, I was fine tagging along for a little while, but my primary goal was to go check my traps over at the Bowerstone hideout.
Yes, we've become so sidetracked. I apologize.
However, these are like the druid kids, right? And the druids might be a little bit angry if we don't return them to them. Like, we can pop back to the druids and then pop straight back up to the Bowerstone boys. I mean, you wouldn't want to get on the bad side of the druids, would you? They're a pretty scary bunch sometimes, and
Perception
Would I
checks,
need-
everybody.
Oh, okay. Just in case it's pertinent, would I need to make a roll to try and ascertain how far away we are, and thus how long it would take to walk back and forth?
To get to here took you a good couple days of walking westward through the forest, and so getting back to the circle might be a tad inconvenient before bouncing back. It could be done. It could be done if you really, really wanted to, but it would take you, if you wanted to go to the circle and then come back here, it would take a good 3 to 4 days of travel at a good clip.
How long does it
3
take
if you were
from here to
moving
the
really, really rapidly.
hideout?
I'm sorry, Nasan, you hear a twig crack behind the group.
Well,
I
as
immediately
was
turn
saying,
and I've got my
We are
spear
scary.
in both hands.
But only when provoked. It's the voice of Lysander.
I turn around. Do we
I
see
mean-
Lysander?
Druids are lovely people, and they are really friendly. And oh, Lysander, didn't see you there.
You see Lysander standing at the edge of the forest, slowly coming out of form, his bones restitching themselves into an elvish frame. On either side, he's flanked by 2 really large grizzly bears, and 3 or 4 druids, you assume, who are in the shape of large timber wolves. He brought the crew out for this one, and
Seeing
he's already
Lysander
locked
approach-
eyes.
I'm slow to do it, but I gradually move from a combat-ready stance to more of a relaxed stance. You know, my weapon is clearly not held in a threatening posture.
I may
You
or may
realize
not
he's
have
not
been
looking
using
at you.
Solomon's. I may or may not have been using Solomon's staff as a type of spear, just because I was startled. But I don't do that anymore.
You notice that he's not looking at anybody particular in the group. He's looking over your shoulder at Oscar.
That's where I put the children at the moment.
A slow murmur, "Oh, Glenna, have mercy." And he strides
I
over quick,
beckon Oscar over.
and slowly you see him become crestfallen. The stern nature of his tone as he entered the conversation slowly cracks and falls away as he just stands there and stares for a moment, one hand on the side of Oscar looking at the bodies.
I'm sorry, Lysander. They were dead long before we got here. It looks like the necromancers around here were using them in some sort of ceremony to do something with some sort of seal.
Dax. That can be discussed later.
Fair
You
point.
see the 2
Seems-
druids in the form of grizzly bears start to reform back into elves.
By the way, the
Lysander
body of Solomon's over there, he sold your pups out.
Lysander spits, and he had me convinced that he was supposed to be out finding them.
You know who he was with?
No.
We found him here with Ezrai. They had apparently worked out a deal. Not sure what it was, but perhaps you have some instinct what it might be.
Dax, did you manage to find anything off on the body? I noticed you go
I
off in
found a
that direction.
note. I'm pretty sure it's about druid politics, but I can read it. Sorry, about necromancer politics, not about druid politics.
It may be wise to quickly have a look over it at the very least.
Well,
And I read it out for everyone so that everyone has the same information, so we're not hiding anything from the druids. And I will read it out for the MP3 people.
They're not mutants. Goodness.
Ezrai. Ava Beth's drinking has become too great of a problem. I know you two had a budding friendship, but I need you to understand that he was becoming a liability. His loss was unfortunate, as he had escaped notice entirely due to his... What's that say?
Reputation.
Reputation as a village fool. But his loose tongue was too risky to permit any longer. You'll be taking over his apprentice, his operation. Sorry, it's a little bit small on my screen. Operation as a village fool.
You can click on it to make it bigger,
Oh,
I
I
think.
can. There we go.
Is that the first time you've had to say that, Splat? Be honest.
Yeah.
Operation following a work on the invocation of fog. So, they were doing the invocation of fog. You've done well with previous invocations, and I hope you'll apply yourself to the final casting with the same vigor by which you've seen as so much success since joining us. This is the final casting, then. Organizing the bloodlines as they move the necessary reagents to shore requires a deft hand. Oh, bloodlings. The bloodlings as they move the necessary reagents. Did the Kizrathi book say that bloodlings was like a little tier of the Kizrathi?
Those are the little ones that
Yeah.
you guys just were one-shotting with reckless abandon.
Yeah, I relay that. And it was never something that Taverbeth was strong enough to manage. I've included the location. Purse lips hide ships. You're more shrewd than your predecessor, so I'll trust you'll find your way there and make the appropriate preparations in a punctual manner. Ostren will help you get into the step of things there. The Pixie's pine is vital to the weakening of Woodley, and Tourmaline's ability to weaken the city. They're on their last legs, stay the course. I'm glad to hear that at least some of the Circle have come around to our offer. I look over at Solomon. Pinning the threat on Woodley is unfortunate, but not what I would have advised, but it caused Bray to rethink his position. Ensure he's rewarded as promised, but remember that the Circle remains expendable as soon as the final invocation is completed.
Well, that was the final invocation.
On the back of the note, you see something hastily scribbled between Valmar. It says, "You were my greatest creation. Do well by us." Almost kind of like a postscript.
So Valmar created Ezri? Ezri had the little black lines. Maybe Valmar, like, put magic into Ezri.
One of the druids breaks off and goes and looks at the body, and you see him quickly just ripping clothing off of Ezrai. And you hear him mutter, "By Eadmon's grace, what is this? Filth." He drags the body over with the help of several of the wolves and plops it in front of the group. You notice this entire time, Lysander's eye has not left the children. He hasn't said or anything. He's just standing there staring. "Look, he's a freak, a monster." And as you look at the body now, disrobed from the waist upwards, you can see large, bulging black veins which have overtaken a good part of his body. To an untrained eye, it would look almost as though he was rotting from the surface inwards. Some of it runs up the side of his face. Adavi, as you see this, you notice the pattern is very, very similar to the scales that are now growing on your body, which are becoming ever more thick since you arrived on the island.
No comment.
I would like to make an Arcana check.
Sure.
That would be a 6.
It's freakish, all right.
Yeah, that looks...
Seeing a Davy look at it and like that's whole like I mistake his look of comprehension for a look of that's freaky. I'm like,
Yeah, Davy, that's horrible.
It's so similar to what we saw in the cave and yet different.
Lysander reaches out and places a hand on one of the pups. Still doesn't say anything, though. His thumb caresses one of the pup's ears.
Was I party to... I remember there was a part of the conversation between Ezra and Solomon where Solomon seemed to suggest that he thought that the ritual was fixing something. Did I hear that bit, or was that just when Dax was listening?
the conversation happened when
you
were
all
on the
had
back
him
of
surrounded.
the bull, so you must have been there. Because you were literally
Yeah.
right behind me.
I wasn't sure if it was the bit from earlier on when Dex first snuck up on the...
I never really
thing
got
or
much
not.
conversation at that point. Most of the conversation was later.
Okay, so I mentioned whatever Solomon was doing, he thought he was doing the right thing. But perhaps Ezra just had him tricked.
Lysander mumbles, "It was a difference of opinion. He was my second in command. Ezra approached us with a deal some time ago. Right around the time that... Shit. Doorbell! God damn it, I'll be right back.
I'm pretty sure he told us that they got approached with a deal for, like, some of the, like, children, didn't he?
Yeah, he tried to trade for the children, but for what? I don't recall.
So, like, Solomon was his second in command, so Solomon was like, Lysander, you should have said yes, and I will make the deal instead, and I will become in power, maybe.
Not maybe. That was specifically when we arrived here. They were talking about how to put Solomon into power in the circle.
Solomon considered whatever it was worth the deaths of the children.
Sorry about that.
I want to repeat that for Splat, Mr. Bentham.
So we're working out what the disagreement was, and I was saying that Solomon must have thought that whatever it was they were trying to do, it was worth killing the children for.
Yeah, Lysander looks at you for a moment, his hand not leaving the head of the pup that he's currently looking at. He turns and then he turns back. It was a difference of opinion. Some time ago, Ezra came and suggested that given our position here in the woods and everything going on, that the people of Woodley required a gesture of good faith in order to continue our arrangement. This immediately seemed strange to me, given the nature of the fact that they asked for several of our children. I assumed, having seen this in the old country, that they meant as political hostages. We have some of theirs live with us, they have some of ours live with them in case diplomacy breaks down. You must understand Woodley is desperate for food and supply right now. If we stopped sending produce, we could cripple them. We could end them easily. That was never a course of action that crossed my mind. But it seemed like a temporary loss of sanity. I refused, having never dealt with Ezra before. He came out of nowhere, and as far as I knew, he held no mandate. I said that it was absurd, and soon thereafter, the crops started to fail. I don't know what agreement he had with Solomon, but there was a threat that was implicit in my denial of his request that there would be some reprisal. He points to one of the bears. The druid turns around and goes out into the brush and drags out a Kisrathi body and deposits it at the edge of the glen. They attacked the circle the night that you left.
The Kisrathi did?
Yes, about 12 hours after you had left. We lost several, but in general, they were not stern opponents. Still.
What size were the ones that attacked you?
And I minor illusion the different variants.
He points to the small ones.
Oh, that's like the lowest level one. They come in different variants. That one is like the easy one. The bigger ones are much scarier.
My guess, and I could be off base here, is that he seems to study the pillars for a moment. Well, they seem to they had an arrangement with Bray according to the note. Maybe it was just they won't attack us so long as this one deed is done. I'm not particularly sure why they needed the blood of druids for whatever it was that they were doing here.
They were punching through some sort of enchantment put in place by a long-dead civilization that used to have a city here. The enchantment was put in place to keep something at bay, hold something, delay something, and that thing is probably some sort of big, evil, deadly thing that lives underground and has got tentacles and stuff, and also creates that black stuff on that guy over there.
Big eyes.
He processes for a moment. There's a lot of information being thrown at one individual during a time of what is mourning, essentially. And so you can see him slowly grinding through the information.
Do you know anything about a civilization that used to be here a long time ago? I know people are relatively new to the island, but...
No, I've not seen anything other than these ruins here, and we tended to leave them alone. We knew they were magical in some respect, and since we didn't know whether it was malevolent or benevolent, we decided just to avoid it altogether. Although, to be fair, this is approaching the edge of our dominion. This is more or less what we use as the western boundary of our influence. So, be that as it may, it was a simple place to neglect.
Whatever purpose this pillar served, I don't think it serves it anymore.
I suppose you're speaking about that ray of light that went into the sky for a few days.
I'm nodding to
Something
that.
to do with the ritual that they performed.
And I add on that the magic in the area is dissipating, especially from the pillars.
He nods. Yes, I can feel that too. Well, since we don't know what Solomon's deal was with dear Ezrai, he spits again.
Are there any other intact pillars?
Just the one that's standing right there. Are you asking Lysander?
Sure.
Okay. He turns and he's not in my forest. This is the only one that I'm aware of.
Because presumably, if they're breaking some sort of enchantment and there are several different pillars, then they need to do each of them.
Given the quarantine, they could be doing any number of things. The creatures came from the ground. You said that they've got some kind of city underground?
They did. It was a very long time ago. I look at the pillar that's standing, like, can I tell from how weathered it is? Like, roughly how old it might be?
Give me whatever the history check, but do it with advantage because it's stoneworking.
Come on, Stoneweaver, you got this.
Better work. This is my thing.
Yeah.
18.
Hey!
With an 18, this stone is very, very weathered. And even though it appears, you're not sure what stone it is. And so with things like this, you would look at the weathering, you would look at the climate of the area, you would look at the constituent minerals that are inside the stone. And because it's not a stone that you've ever seen before, you can only speculate. This is not something that you have true specifics on. But
I just
from what
assumed
you're
it was
looking
like
at right now,
some sort of marble.
yeah. From what you're looking at right now, and the way the forest has overgrown, Lysander watches as you look at the stone, and then you look at the forest, and judging the position and the sediment being as deep as it is until you would actually reach the dais that you recall seeing, you don't have a specific number, but for all this to have overlain it, it has been a very, very, very long time. Like 5, maybe even 6 figures of years. It's been a long time.
I used to, like, as I look at this today and just look around, it dawns on me, it's been thousands of years. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands.
Wait, isn't the whole planet meant to be just that old or something?
Well, isn't this island supposed to be about 100 years old?
Well, we discovered it 100 years ago.
Well, that's the thing. It does seem like it's been around a lot longer than that.
There's much of this island that no one knows and no one could know. We're wasting time guessing at that sort of thing. But if you are right, and this city has been buried for even half as long as you suspect, that raises some... well, frankly, it raises more questions than it does answers.
Lysander, do you have any way to move, like, lots of earth?
You wish to see the city?
How much do you wish to move?
Like 5 to 10 meters down?
He whistles, and the wolves that he's brought with him and the bears all begin getting to work at the base of the pillar, and all you can see is streams of dirt flying out from behind them.
I mean, I was expecting something a bit more arcane, but this works fine.
In the meantime, he goes through Solomon's body, He's been stabbed so many times. Did they do this, or did you do this?
Oh, and at that point, I cut in and I pull out of my robes the druidic staff and the sling, and I hand them over. And I mentioned I couldn't get his armor off, but yeah, you should probably have all of this back. He certainly did try to put up a fight.
He resisted quite fearfully.
He had Noslin stunned in place for a long time. It was
scowl at that memory.
He never stops moving, so that was impressive to see.
It took a lot to put him down.
He works at a clasp along the side of the armor. Well, for the work you've done so far, you deserve a reward, so by all means, keep his things. He's no longer one of my people. This chain shirt here, it's elvish work. It took some time to assemble. It was made using steel from the mine not too far from here. But it's of better make than anything you'll find in a store or anything you'll find at a blacksmith. Take care of it. You get the sense that it maybe provides you with a little bit more defense than a normal chain shirt would. Looking at the druidic staff, he said this was a gift between myself and Solomon when he became my number 2. I called it the water vine. Essentially, it's quite simple. You command it to flow, and as he says that, he holds it outwards, and from the hole in the side of the stave, you see water burst forth in a cascade, a stream, and you see the glass orbs that are all inside the gold and silver gilding running up the side of the oaken staff slowly start to drain as he does that. And then he commands it to stop for a moment, and putting it on the ground, he says, this is how it functions here. Quite an interesting contraption. And as the staff makes contact with its base to the ground, you quickly see roots hungrily grasp at the earth, and you see the orb slowly start to refill with water. He hands that back.
That is quite the trick there.
And then he takes a look at the sling, and he goes, this, Solomon called it Brow Seeker. It's a sling with some small enchantment on it. You'll find that it flies a bit truer and strikes a bit harder than any other sling you've seen. And for a moment, he whips it around after finding a pebble on the ground, and he slings it at a tree nearby. And for a moment, it just looks like a normal slingshot. But then as the bolt flies through the air, you see it almost accelerate slightly, and a very, very slight silver contrail follows behind the bullet before dissipating very rapidly as it impacts with a tree. It doesn't do anything magical aside from accelerate the pellet a bit faster, but perhaps it'll be of use to you. Take them in good health. And he holds them out. In the meantime, I can have my men take the children back to the city. There are several difficult conversations that need to be had with their families. I'm at a loss for what we should do now.
Might I suggest mourn and then reach out to Woodley? They haven't done any bad by you, and in fact, you've both been wronged by the same people.
He nods, as if he's wholeheartedly convinced of this. He says, oh yes, the sea giant that you came to the Croftwood Circle with, he asked permission to find someone named Kekoa in the forest. Kekoa has been here for some time. He's the last member of an expedition that arrived some 20-25 years ago on the island. He walks our forest more or less as one of us. He does not live with us, but he dwells on our land and has done good by us. Several of my scouts were killed, along with a friend of mine, trying to track down Kekoa so that
Your scout
could
is
find
with
him.
us.
He looks at you for a moment.
He was killed by some bandits that were working for the necromancers.
The Bowerstone boys.
He inhales deeply. Yes, we'd had word, like I said. The Bowerstones don't tend to come inside of our territory for fear of reprisals. We treat this as a boundary here. He nods over to the ruin.
If it would make any difference to your people, from what Dax mentioned, it was only his cry that alerted us to the danger that was looming over our heads. He quite literally saved our lives.
The Bowerstones had killed Blaine and his family. We found them in the basement of the farmhouse.
All we've seen since we left the circle has been death.
In the depths of my heart, I had thought in my darkest hour that perhaps it was possible that Blaine was no longer with us, but I had hoped that he was simply seeking medical attention for his daughter, perhaps, and that's why he was no longer interacting with us. Ezra seemed an odd replacement. But given our position, what could I do? If I strike down Ezra, there's the chance that what he was saying was real, and he spoke with such verve and force that I assumed that he had power behind him.
We do plan on taking justice on the bandits.
Ezra certainly has power behind him, but I'm not sure what kind yet.
But what I was saying was that Sluvy and Kakoa were taken. Presumably, we don't know by whom. My scouts were slain. However, from the large footprints leading away and drag marks, Kakoa and Sluvy were taken somewhere to the west. I don't know.
Is that what brought you here?
That and checking in on your progress to see what had happened out here. I like to have plan Bs and Cs. And so when after several days you didn't return, I figured I'd send a few after you. And after some more thought, I decided I'd come myself after the attack the evening you left.
I'm going to cast message again, and I'm going to send a little private message to Lysander, and I'm going to tell him, if you've been out here so long trying to find us after the circle has already been attacked, are you certain that the circle is safe while you were gone?
Can I notice that casting?
Well, he has to, I think he whispers the message, as I recall.
Yeah,
out
he
loud.
has to whisper it.
Oh, I thought they whispered back and you could... Okay.
No, he has to whisper out loud, so you guys can perception check to see if you see that.
If you want to, yeah.
I'm wondering why you're hiding this.
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't know what the content of it is. I just would be like, that's odd.
I mean, actually, to be honest, I probably shouldn't have even rolled. That is 100% a passive. Because I'm not trying to catch
Yeah,
him
if you don't care, by all means, you can, hand wave your roll.
I simply don't want him to look like a fool in front of his people.
Yeah.
If he's fine, then he's
that's
fine.
totally understandable. I wouldn't know that, though, because I don't know what you're whispering. I might catch you whispering, but I wouldn't know the words.
Yeah, nobody caught the whisper, since Nasan pulled his. You get a message back rather swiftly. He says, "My best warriors still hold the town line, but after several days, there's been no return in force. So I assume it was some kind of probe, but all of my best are still back at the city, and they'll be fine."
Sorry, Davi.
Oh, go ahead.
I was actually going to bring up a similar thing, saying,
I just hope that the attack on you isn't repeated, but I suspect that since they sent the little ones, that they're going to send a bigger force next time. So, be on guard.
Perhaps. Luckily, we have been druids for a very long time. He smiles. One of the benefits of being a long-lived people. They should be fine. The people that I've brought with me are warriors in their own right, but nothing compared to the ones that I left to watch the city. They should be fine. I thank you for your concern, though. I will take the children with us, and we will go back to the circle. Is there anything else you wish to speak about? Thank you for finding them. You have my appreciation. You can rest assured that when you finish with the bandits, by all means, feel free to come back to the Croftwood, and you'll always be welcome. I will send someone to Woodley to speak out and see what can be done to repair and make them aware of the situation. I'll send them straight to Adborough, rather than any minion or pawn.
Did we have any, mark or, a seal that Adborough had given us to show that we were working in capacity as his agents. Have we been given
I
anything
think
like
I
that?
vaguely may have requested something along that line, but I don't know if we actually got one.
Yeah, I don't recall.
You did
Oh.
not.
Okay.
There's a mechanic at play here that
Yeah.
there's a mechanic at play.
I look about and I seem to be thinking about something, but after a moment I shake my head and look back to the group.
Well, we were on our way to the circle when you showed up.
No, Adavi. We were discussing it. It's fortuitous that you arrived when you did, Lysander. We do have a commitment to our companion here, and I gesture to include Francis.
Hello.
The ones who attacked the farmstead, murdered the families, the Bowerstone boys working on behalf of this necromancer. It seems even more important that we put these ones down now if they are working hand in hand with these forces. The less allies they have, the better for all concerned.
Perhaps we can gain some information from them as well.
That is certainly a possibility. The
If
Mormon
we
is...
leave one of them alive.
I don't respond to that. My expression is stony. Complete poker face. Mormon was concerned, however, about the pillars. He has a personal interest in discovering their secrets. Is it possible that while we travel further on, I gesture in the direction that we were planning to travel for the Bowerstone boys, that you could send someone who might have means to excavate this area? It would take us a long time to move this much earth.
By the time you've actually gotten to this point, they've gotten down like a number of meters.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're moving quick. Bear paws are big. They dig with a quickness, and there's got about 6 wolves and a couple of bears working on it.
Okay, I didn't realize that then. Oh, okay.
Who needs JCBs?
We'll retcon that slightly then. I'll say, would it be possible that if some of your men might remain here just until they reach, what was it, a dais? About 10 meters down. It looks like they've made much of the way there. But if we could leave, knowing that when we return, we'll be able to further our investigations here, would expedite everything.
He nods curtly, and he says, I'll leave. He looks around and takes count. I'll leave several here to work on it. I will have... He snaps his fingers and points to one of the other druids and kind of makes like a flat motion with his hands, and it's back to the circle. And you see that druid quickly morph into the form of like a sparrow and just start darting in between trees as he flies off into the distance. He'll send for more.
Was it you guys I saw earlier? Like, in the brush that direction about half a kilometer away? About 20 minutes ago?
It wasn't us, but the stink of these creatures. He walks over to the biggest of the Kizrathi. The stink of these creatures is everywhere in this part of the wood.
Oh, by the way, that armor, that black stuff, bad metal, totally
touch
cursed. Yeah, bad idea.
Very well. Yes, I'll leave some to work here. I'm going to take the children along with my 2 men back to the Croftwood. The messenger that I just sent should return with the rest of the pack, or at least whatever we can spare from the city. We're going to try and... We've got to watch this location while also watching the circle, but we should be all right. The forest itself protects us on our own land.
I look like I suddenly remember something, and again I mutter a name which I forgot to write down. It was the name that of the girl that I saw in my vision. But I didn't write
Talia.
it down. Talia.
Talia. Yeah.
I
Let me
suddenly
take a look real fast.
Talia. Do you know someone called Talia? It was part of the vision.
Describe
10 years
him,
old, red dress.
I might have illusion what you described.
He looks at it for a moment. Might be one of the border farmer's daughters. For whatever reason, the name Holgrad comes to mind. Talia Holgrad? I might be wrong, but One of the farmers along the south border of the forest, maybe. I seem to recall Blaine saying that one of the other farmer's daughters had gone missing or something like that. But this was some time ago. We're talking months here.
Perhaps
I look a
not
little
the same
deflated
girl,
at
then.
that.
I give Mormon a big pat on the back.
Well, as we saw, my visions not exactly fit to the current time. I fear that whoever this Talia is, she is no more.
We can inquire more about her on the way back. Assuming we're going back to Woodley someday.
Yes, if you arrive at Woodley, I would ask about anybody by the name of Talia, perhaps. They would know their senses better than I.
Well, I wish we had better things to discuss, Lysander, but I do appreciate your assistance.
A dour day indeed. He looks back at the pups who are now being loaded carefully onto the backs of the bears. Under better auspices, I suppose. Well, I'll leave them to it, and good luck with your work. Hopefully the bandits die quickly and well. With that, he turns, and you see him slowly start to take the shape of a wolf like the rest of the men, and he and the two bears stalk off into the forest. You're left sitting at the ruins with several wolves behind you, digging at the bottom of a ruin. They've made about 2 meters worth of progress. Dogs can dig pretty quickly en masse, and there's 3 or 4 of them, so they're moving pretty quickly. But you get the feeling that it'll be some time before they actually make it down to the spot that they actually mean to.
Has Mormon started to develop some type of irrational fear of canids now?
He howls every now and again, and sometimes you see him just sitting there going...
I need to buy a doggy bowl next time we stop at a shop.
You know what? If Oscar ever leaves us, Dax, you can just ride Mormon around. It'll be fine.
I'll just
Now there's
slowly
some
turn
fanfic.
into the second Black
dear.
Hound.
Oh dear.
Well, shall we set off then? There's no time like the present.
I nod. Looking to Francis.
Do
Do
we
you
want to
have a
take,
good
like,
sense of the direction we're going?
a really short rest, just so that we're a bit better off in case we get ambushed?
I worry all the time, Dax. We have druids around us. Why would we get ambushed?
The truth is
Well, that's
staying here,
perhaps
right?
what Dax means. It may be beneficial if he doesn't have to worry about watching his back. Dax, if you feel it necessary, certainly.
Capital idea here. What if we travel onward, and Dax, you can rest on your steed?
Can't do that, sadly. It's not in the rules.
Damn.
The laws of the universe don't allow that.
One of the druids looks over from his digging and says, "If you'd like to rest, we can watch. We are fresh."
Well, we're not going to get a better offer than that. And it certainly beats having to stand watch. We can all get a decent rest and set off fresh as soon as it's done. How long do you feel you need, Dex?
Well, I was going to say, like, I'm just going to take it so we can talk about, like, the metagame aspects. I was going to say an hour just so we're healed, so that if we get ambushed, we don't instantly die to, like, 5 hit points of damage. But if we do a full heal, like a full rest, we can have spells and stuff. It depends how far away this place is. Like, how far is this place we're going to?
It's a good walk. You'd probably want to set out in the morning. So if you wanted to rest until the next morning, I realize it's only like 11 or 12 o'clock right now with everything that's happened.
But if we
you
set
could
out,
rest here.
like, in 8 hours' time, we'd get there at just before dawn. So it'd be dark and we could sneak.
True, but you'd also be traveling in the dark. So
I've
other
got night
things could
vision.
sneak too.
As long as Dax leads us, then we wouldn't even need to get torches out.
Okay. So whatever decision you want, we'll talk about that on the break.
Okay.
But it's time for us to take a little rest here. Thank you for sticking with us through our little tech issues here. I realize that it's a mite bit inconvenient. It makes us sad too.
Character.
Yeah,
Skype
it
is
adds
the devil's lettuce.
Yeah, it adds some warts to the to the experience, but we appreciate you sticking on around. We will see you in about 5-10 minutes, I guess, as we refresh ourselves very rapidly, grab some snacks and some drinks. You can all do the same. Be sure to check out the Patreon, but we will see you very, very shortly. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
BRBs.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to Roll4It D&D, where we're all nice and refreshed. Everybody's had their bathroom breaks, their sodas, and everything else refreshed. We are good to go, and we hope that you are too. So the party has resolved to do a long rest. Aside from that, so the people that took the loot, the water vine counts as a +1 quarterstaff, aside from all the stuff that it does already. The brow seeker is a +1 sling, so it gets +1 to attack and +1 to damage. And then the chain shirt is also a chain shirt +1. So you guys just got a reasonable infusion. Not all of it is super interesting to everybody, but hopefully you'll find some utility inside of it. Now that you're level 4, things should start to pick up a little bit more on the gearing front, especially since you guys tend to go through long lulls of like just gold or whatever happening. The next little bit should be fairly fun for all of you. So welcome on back. We're left standing around the ruins. You guys are going to take your long rest. Did you want to start up before the long rest, middle of the long rest, or after?
Before the long rest, I wanted to ask people's opinion on the necklace, because I never got a chance to show that to anyone.
Sure.
Oh, sure. You want to pass it around?
Sure.
I'll roll arcane on it.
Okay, I guidance you, because I can.
Guidance! That's a 21.
Not bad. With a 21, you take a look at the necklace and rolling it around, you know that it's magical because you already used Detect Magic on it. You take note of the inscription on the back that says hold fast, and while you're mouthing the word, a thought comes to mind. Whatever this does, it will more than likely do it when you say that. You've seen these inscriptions on amulets and rings before. They tend to be trigger phrases to make the amulet do whatever it is that it does. In fact, you're pretty sure that you've helped with enchantments like this in the past when you were just messing around with your own innate abilities, and you distinctly remember being able to trigger it to some kind of vocal pattern, some type of thing happening. You don't know exactly what's going to happen when you use the amulet, but you know that he was wearing it, and that it has a word written on the back of it that if you say it, something will happen. So you can guess that it probably either does something good to you or something bad to someone else, but you're not really sure.
Mormon, do you want to hold on to this for a minute?
All right, and I take it. I have a look at it if I have time before he decides
Hold
to set
fast.
it up.
Nothing happens.
Moment, can you say those words?
Okay,
Given
I
the
look at
way
it
that-
first.
Given the way that David did that, and I got a sort of weird look, it's like, yeah, you were being a jerk just then. I stand behind it, David.
I wave my hand at no, son. Like, I know what you're going to do. Shut up.
I examine it
Slide
first.
around behind.
Okay. Arcana check, please.
Natty 1!
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah!
It seems totally
Every
safe to
time.
you. And without a moment's notice, you're just like, hold fast. The second you speak the words, the necklace rocks backwards super hard as though an expulsion of energy has come out of the front, and it fires magic missiles directly at Adavi, who's in front of you. Adavi, you take 8 damage. Well, technically, I think it's +1 to each
Yeah,
one,
it'd be
so
10.
you take 10 damage as 3 missiles go blow, 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 and knock you head over heels backwards into the dust. The druids, hearing the explosion of energy, turn around and look.
So cool, it's good, we're fine.
I walk over to Mormond, gently pick it up and go,
Well, be careful with
The
that.
gem on the
Use your
front.
Arcane.
The gem on the front has smoke coming up from it like a candle that's just been blown out.
I'm looking down at the Davi, and I'm just kind of resting on my spear. Like,
That plan backfired.
you deserve that, Davi. And I'm wearing it on my face right now. It's like,
I'm patting my chest,
all right.
which is just very, very painful right now. Yeah, okay, that worked. Good job, Mormon.
Your robes have been partially singed. Mormond, give me
I'm
a
patting them
perception
out.
check, please.
Patting out those robes.
13.
Just for a moment, you think you see a flash of purple in between the holes in his robe that he's currently patting out. But, I don't know, maybe you didn't see anything. I don't know.
Okay,
I look a bit
Mormon,
puzzled for a
you're
moment,
kind of
but I'm
staring at
distracted.
Davi.
But I'm distracted by the fact that I did just shoot him.
Of course, he's
So just wander over, go, "Are you all right?"
Shot him with some sort of magic. Perhaps we should be more careful with arcane items. And I reached down and I tried to help Adavi up to his feet.
Thank you, Nosan. I'm still patting out the singed parts. I go, oh, that thing packs a bit of a punch.
Does it look like it recharges, or does it just look like it's done?
After a few seconds, the smoke dissipates. You're not entirely too sure.
I'll check it after the next long rest, so let me know.
I give Mormon
like
a nice. I give Mormon a nice push on the shoulders as to turn him around away from me. I'm like, try it again at a tree.
I look at Dex. Does he look like he...
How many gems are there on it?
Just the one. And from the Arcana check you had at Davi, you would think that with some items, they may only have limited charges.
I think that's quite enough. We've seen what it can do, and let's just rest.
Come on, Mormon. Let's see if you can hit that tree.
Or do we, like... I go over to Dax. Does he want to hand it to me, or does he look like he's keeping it away from me?
I'm looking over Mormon's head at Dax, and I'm shaking my head.
Mormon, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
I look at him like, you're holding it. I can see
I'm
you're
not
holding it.
I may have just put it on. I sleight of handed it on while you were having a discussion.
So I can see that he's wearing it then.
So sleight of hand it for me, please.
It's under my stuff at the moment. Under my, because I've got like a armor on. Let me just roll sleight of hand.
He's got a 1.
I got a natural 1. It's actually on top of my armor. I just hadn't noticed.
It fell off.
Yeah,
You didn't even tie it properly.
As he's taking the amulet and trying to shove it inside of his shirt, you're getting the jingle and like the crinkle of it as it's hitting his breastplate, trying to go in like dink, 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 dink. And then as he gets it inside the breastplate, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have it.
I just look at Dex and then look at the others like, I forget it. Let's rest.
I nod.
I pick a spot and sit down.
I go make sure
By-
Oscar's chill.
By the way, the elven chainmail, what size is it? Because it'd be like elf-sized, right, or something, as in like a bit small for human, maybe.
But sure,
Humans
seeing
and
as
elves are medium, right?
yeah, humans and elves are medium. It would be too big for you, but you could make it work because you could belt it around the middle, and then it would just be like normal-sized chainmail almost.
Aren't dwarfs medium as well?
Yeah, they're medium.
Okay.
I was just providing plausible explanation
Okay.
to make it work if it's too long.
I take a look at it. Who's holding it at the moment? Is it just on the ground somewhere, or is someone...
I think Lysander handed it off to somebody.
Well, I was handing the staff and the sling to Lysander, so I assume he was just handing everything back to me.
Yeah.
I have a look at the mail and say, hey, that looks about my size. Could may use
I
something
tried to
like
give
that.
it to you earlier, and you seemed too interested in the rock over there.
Well, it's an interesting rock. And
I'm not doubting that, and I know dwarves love their rocks, but I mean, if you want to check out the mail, go for it. I'm not sure you want to touch it that much, though. Remember, he did say it came from the mine.
And I
quickly know whether it's of the same make.
Is it from the mine? Is in the
deep row
roll
excavation responsible for the steel, the steel that constitutes the shirt. That's just the origin of the raw materials that it was crafted from.
Yeah, so it's not one of the evil material things then.
Well, try it on.
Take a look at it, pick it up, try it on. I guess
You feel-
like put a belt in it.
Yeah, you feel fancy right now. This is a nice suit of armor. Because you're a dwarf, you'd never admit it to an elf. You would never be like, this is a nice suit of chainmail. I'm sorry, chain shirt. But inside you think it. You're like, maybe elves do make good stuff. And then you quickly quiet that thought.
Is he like spinning around and like putting his hand on his waist to see how he looks in different poses and everything?
Yeah,
I'm patting it down and going, this'll work.
Instead of having a 13 armor, like normal chain shirt would, it has a 14 that it puts you at. So it's a chain shirt +1.
Nice.
I'll take that.
Who's going to take the sling? Was anybody good with a sling? Does anybody want to use a sling?
I'm not sure Dax can use any type of weapon at the moment, but probably Dax.
I mean, I just picked up some hand crossbows, but, like, I guess I don't know what the sling does. I would have to get the rulebook out.
I'll trade you the crossbows for the sling.
Let me check my character sheet.
All of this is going on.
Just
I've
+1 sling. That's it. It's just +1 damage, +1 attack.
I found a spot and I've gone to sleep.
It leaves a little contrail.
It does. It's all about, you know how in World of Warcraft you always wanted the enchantment on your sword when it first came out? It's like that. Everybody just wants an enchantment on their gear that makes it look different.
What, the
Do you remember
enchantment that reveals the
Yvonne-
fire's location? That's a great enchantment right there.
Yeah. That's
I said after a bit when it's flying, and it's only for a second. It's like a little silver fishing line behind it for just like a millisecond.
Do you remember EVE Online when they took away the engine trails? Everyone was pissed about that.
The uproar, oh my lord.
And then they brought it back, and it's like, yay, engine trails!
There's festivals in the streets, street parties everywhere. The whole world for a day was at peace.
I can actually use hand crossbows. They're in my class feature, so I'm happy using the hand crossbows.
All right, fine. I'll keep the sling then. Maybe I'll just sell it.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that if we didn't want something, we could just chuck it and sell it.
That's what I
I'm
get.
going to find a place to sleep then. It's all good.
As
Yeah,
for
you give us good
Dave
stuff, and
will buy it.
we won't use it. Yep, that's right.
I mean, I don't know if I'm meant to be using it or not. Like, I've got hand crossbows, and I don't know what they do, because all I know is they've got, like, toxin in them, and toxin sounds nice.
See, you didn't even take the sling to look at it. What if it says, to my forbidden...
So after
like
8
to
hours,
look at the
Dax
sling.
and Davy have been arguing over who's going to have the sling. And I wake up really nice and refreshed. Ah, such a good sling.
I arcana the sling.
You
Fine,
notice
it's
that
your-
the sling, normally slings have like 1 cup, but this cup has like 2 divots on the inside of it, and you determine that it's just a magical thong, and you've been touching elvish ball sweat for the last 10 minutes.
24.
That's what you get.
This
I'm
is
never
a
giving you
magical
anything nice
thong.
ever again.
And I break into the thong song, and I just repeat that for 8 hours.
Holy crap, Splat.
Revenge.
By the way,
I am deleting that from my inventory right now.
24 with the Arcana check. I assume it's nothing new.
24 on the Arcana check on the sling.
Yeah.
Judging by what Lysander told you, this is a very well-made sling, and you do get the feeling that there is some level of enchantment. You can feel it kind of, you put a rock in it, and you start swizzling it around in the air a little bit, swishing it around, and you can feel it ever so slightly like correcting itself. And you get the feeling like you throw a rock out, and you almost feel like you released too late, but the sling almost released you, kind of, so that it would be closer to the target.
Let me have a quick look at slings then.
Sleep sounds good. I'm going to sleep.
1d4 bludgeoning. Even with a +1. I'll stick with the hand crossbows.
I thought it was 1d6.
No, slings are 1d4. They're kind of...
Damn. I mean, what if you come up against the undead, though? You know? Get that double damage.
Wait, is it a blessed sling? Oh, a bludgeoning. You mean, like, if you come across skeletons?
Skeletons and stuff.
Yeah. I mean...
I guess I'll have a look at Davy, and if we come across someone who wants to sell it, I'll aggle them and we'll put it into the group pot.
Loud snoring.
Okay, I guess I have the sling then, since I was handling it, do I?
Yep, you have the sling now.
Fair enough. Magical +1 sling. Is that what it's called?
It's called the Brow Seeker.
We remember that in like 10 episodes time when I actually want to sell it.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's on my character sheet.
Brow Seeker sling. Because I know I wouldn't.
can't imagine sleeping on this weird ruin with fading magic and digging
Oh no, we're getting
walls
cancer.
and stuff. Would be, good for us.
Speak for yourself. My body's going to be a temple of perfection.
Sure it is. No, son.
So you wake up in the morning, and as Nason's standing up, you realize that. Oh, well, whenever you wanted to wake up.
Like
Nason is indeed a temple of perfection as he wakes up. All of his muscles are rippled in the right spots.
Yep.
Ah!
Yep. The morning dew clinging to me like oil, just glistening in the first rays of sunlight.
next to him and just slightly behind him, I go, "Ah," like a small soup can with legs.
That imagery is just so horrible, though, because then it's like whatever was in the can is this goblin. It's kind of vomited it out a little bit.
It's like those canned chickens you get in America.
The whole chicken, yeah.
Dax is just this little goblin surrounded in filthy, sort of fatty, weird grease. Oh my god!
Actually, that said, I'm wearing leather armor at the moment. I haven't quite got like a breastplate or anything yet, but in the future, I will be in a can. Don't worry, I'll get plate. I'll get plate at some point, and I will literally be in a can.
You know what you need? You need to make sure you get just a flat helmet so that you can duck down like a turtle, and then it's actually like a can.
I can pretend to be like a garbage can.
Yeah.
Walk-in cover.
So, you guys are all feeling okay. You feeling refreshed. You're feeling ready for the road.
I guess we're all healed and everything.
As I finish my morning flexes, the beads of dew just draining off my body, I nod. Because I haven't got my robe anymore, so I'm shirtless, effectively. Because that
naked?
was wrapped around
You're
the
naked.
pubs.
You're naked.
I'm not naked.
Oh God.
You're not
I was
ready
imagining
for it.
Noson doing like planks and stuff with me sitting on top, just to make it slightly more difficult. Because I'm about the right weight for that.
Oh God. Oscar might get jealous.
I mean, I only weigh 22 kilos, so...
As you wake up, you notice Francis has already been awake for some time and is sitting up against the side of a tree just watching as the dogs dig. They've gotten down, actually, in the last 5-6 hours. They've gotten down another couple meters. They're making pretty good, and you're pretty sure there are more dogs here than there were last time. Although you didn't count, so you're not sure. But you get the vague inkling that they've multiplied.
You...
The way you say that,
added, or they've been breeding.
Not just more arrived, but they just kept digging until eventually, and there was only 2 dogs.
If they were rabbits, that is how it would happen.
Rabbits are good at digging. That works. Anyway, I go over to the digging and see if they've unearthed anything yet.
One of the wolves stops digging, looks at you, goes, "Not quite there yet." He's breathing a little bit heavily. Feels like we're getting down towards something, though. The pillar is getting wider. You look at the pillar, and you do indeed recognize the way that it seems to be sort of pulsing outwards as it goes downward ever so slightly. And you get the feeling that they're getting close.
Yeah, it gets wider towards the base.
Well, shall it be on then?
Should be up.
I guess so. Good work. Keep it up.
To become aware of our approach.
So you've got about a 6-hour walk in front of you. You've woken up at what time? Because you could have gone to bed at any time to get the 8 hours in. So when did you all want to wake up?
I guess, like, if we've got a 6-hour walk, 10 p.m. Because it'd probably be about 2 by the time we finish with Lysander. 8 hours, 10 p.m. 6-hour walk, 4 a.m. That gives us plenty of time to stealth around and look at the compound before we do an assault.
Sure. So you set out.
Bed at 2 p.m. You're a monster.
Well, we only got up. We had a fight, and we're instantly like,
I know.
Oh man, we're beat. Like, maybe we weren't even sleeping. Like, it's a long rest. We don't necessarily sleep. It's just you spent 8 hours doing fuck all.
All right, fine. So we're up before dawn. We're up before midnight. Crickets. Let's get moving. Do we hear crickets? I assume there's crickets, right? This isn't so
Let me
unnatural
check.
a world.
Do I
There's
have
no
crickets?
Possibly cicadas.
Crickets and frogs.
And previously, animals were keeping away from the pillars, but I guess they probably wouldn't be now. So there are crickets being like, "Oh my god, I've never been here before. This is great."
The new world.
That's a nice
I
forest.
heard something briefly.
That's better.
Only the best in sound effects from Roll4It.
I'm gonna walk over to Francis and, hey, Frog, are you ready to go? Seems like you didn't have a good rest.
Nah, I got some sleep. I'm just ready to get that money right now.
Oh, I hear ya. Let's get you some money, Frog.
He seems to perk up at this. And you spend the next couple hours setting out and walking and having conversations. Was there anything anybody wanted to talk about on the walk, or do you just want to do the teleportation thing?
When we're on the way, I mentioned, it could be that there's no one left alive there. We did hear that the Kizrathi were going to go and take them out. That plus the traps that have already been set there, apparently. There might not be many of them left, or there might be a lot of Kizrathi there.
If they're dead, there's still a treasure.
Well, of course. Just makes our job easier.
Frog says, yeah, one of the nice things about bounty hunting is it doesn't really matter if they come back alive. As long as the handbill he starts fishing around, as long as the handbill says dead or alive, you're good to go. Like, if somebody else kills him, hell, it's just easier for me. Those dumbasses didn't know you gotta cut off an ear to make 25 gold. Hell, I'm not gonna pass it on up.
How do they recognize
He
they've
stuffs
got
the
the right
handbill.
person by the ear?
I was just being general. We can take the ear or whatever, we can take the head too. Doesn't matter.
That'd be a lot of
he
heads,
reaches
though.
around in his bag and he pulls out what looks like a slowly desiccating piece of flesh with a picture of a lantern on it. Like, for example, this one is from Frost. You can tell because the lantern has a few more little dashes at the bottom. That was his rank in the gang right there. And so I take this back and they'll for sure accept it. And he shoves it back inside of his pouch. He's got to be
I guess that
creative
works.
about it.
You know your trade well, Frog.
He looks back at you and goes,
At this moment while we're walking past, I'm going to say flow. And I'm going to point the staff ahead of us. Does it spit out water?
It does. It does. A cascade of water, probably about 4 inches, 5 inches thick, comes out of the mouth, and you see the orbs that are wrapped up in the side of the staff slowly emptying on out.
Now I'm going to cast Ray of Frost on the water as it's spitting out.
Sure. It freezes in the air as you do this, but as it hits the ground, it shatters, making quite a loud racket. If you've ever heard ice like crushing and flowing and moving, it's making a racket right now. Everybody else in the group is looking. You see Frog looking at you. If we want to maintain the illusion of maybe not announcing ourselves to everything in the forest, I get what you're getting at right now. Don't get me wrong. Points for originality or whatever. You got yourself something, a new plaything, but kind of in the belly of the beast right now. We might want to slow down with the whole ice crushing noises.
Well, do you see any enemies around here? And I shove the staff onto the ground so it can replenish.
No.
You find that as you
don't.
try to walk forward, it's like stuck right now. Like once it digs in, it doesn't want to go any further. Like
That's
the
okay.
tendrils that come out of the bottom are grasping to the ground.
That was my roll perception to see if I saw any enemies.
Very nice.
Well,
You do not
I
see
don't.
enemies.
I don't see enemies.
That was
over
an
the
8
sound and the
53.
Yeah, just the ridiculous cacophony of noise coming out of this frozen ice machine now. It kind of reminds you.
I pick
out
up
of
some of the
character,
ice
it's like
and I put it into my water skin and have slushy.
you have
Yeah,
Is
flushing
it like natural ice, or does it have some weird stuff going on? Because this is
I
supposed
start
to
moving a little bit faster.
It's got kind of like a vague plant taste to it. Like you can tell its origin was the ground. It's got kind of an earthy taste to it. It's almost like what you would assume drinking mud would taste like, but
So
without
does
the
the-
chunks.
So does the Ray of Frost do damage when he ingests the ice? Is that how it works?
Nah, you're good.
It's
Okay.
not ongoing. I wanted to basically, one thing I wanted to ask Frost as we were going along is I want to ask him about...
Although- You could use an ice knife to cool somebody's drink, and then when they drink out of it, it would like explode on their face or something.
But that's it explodes as it hits, though, doesn't it? Like, you'd have to explode it in their face anyway.
Well, I figure you like cast it like up into the air, and then you catch it in a cup full of water so it doesn't impact with the sides, or like in a barrel maybe, and then you scoop it very carefully out with a ladle and put it into their drink. It might work.
I'm open for experimentation, but I assume the group has already walked on, and I'm still stuck there with my staff in the ground.
Yeah, they're walking off right now, and you're just like stuck as this thing slowly replenishes millimeter by millimeter, the little orbs on the sides.
Come on. Pull on it a little bit, see if it'll come out.
Strength check.
Oh, I have strength. Oh, fine.
I glance back at him, just being stuck there, like,
12.
With a mighty yank, you manage to jerk it out of the ground, but the tendrils are still like extended from the bottom of the staff, like grasping around looking for ground. And after a few seconds of finding no satisfaction, they just retract back up into the staff.
I was just waiting for them to grab onto him and start draining him.
I was like, they're going to grab his leg, and he's going to get the staff sucked into his leg.
Guys! I thought this would get back to a desiccated Adavi, the shriveled husk. But the staff is fully fueled again. Hooray!
Blood staff.
I thought the staff was just going to be like, and never works again.
It just
the
powers
staff gets
down.
stuck, like sucks his leg up, and then becomes like his peg leg.
Wait, blood staff. See, that sounds interesting. What if we actually try that? What if we went back? Well, I guess we don't have to go back to the wolves. What if we went somewhere else? Yeah, and just start shooting at people.
That's necromancer.
And now we're
talk.
necromancers.
Yeah.
This is why I don't like to give you guys sandbox tools. I'm just gonna come out and say.
I'm just ahead right now. I'm keeping moving. I'm moving at my full speed at this point.
I'm with him because I have an ox that moves 40 feet.
Yeah, well then Dax and I are probably moving ahead of the rest of the pack right now.
I'm just like face palming. Like, oh dear.
I'll try to shuffle and catch up, but I'm not a quick man.
Okay. You catch up. What were you going to ask Frog? There was a question for Frog.
I want to ask him like about the gang, about how they identify people, etc. If it would be possible to like impersonate someone and get inside the compound. Just generally how they do that.
Given the fact that, listen, I'd say if it was a larger group, you'd probably be okay with a plan like that. Problem is, they probably know by now that one of their head sergeants has been whacked because I'm holding a chunk of his neck skin right now in my bag. I'm not really so sure. There's only a small grouping of them, like 15 or 20. They probably know everybody that's supposed to be there. It might be tough. I mean, we could talk about that once we get there, I guess. I'm not ruling it out completely. I'm just saying, given their present circumstance, they're probably on high alert.
Or dead.
True. Also a possibility, given what we heard in that last conversation. I mean, either way, I'm just here to get what I'm owed.
Well, then let's hurry on. How close should we get for you to be able to check your traps? Like, how far away from the base are they set?
You're several hours into the walk right now. He's like, actually, I got one over here. Like, right over that bluff over. You see there's a gully that runs up? I got one right over there. We'll go check that one first. And with no further ado, he kind of leads you up the side of a small hillock. You do notice that as you get towards the western side of the forest, just like when you were approaching Blaine's farm, the trees are thinning, and it's starting to have much more of an autumnal kind of orange look as the dead pine needles that cover the ground continue to carpet the whole thing, but the trees get thinner. So everything just seems to get more orange as you move along. You come up to the first area, and you clearly see a Kizrathi spitted on some kind of spike trap that was meant to rig down into the ground. It pops up and slams a spike into you. There's a Kizrathi there just hanging from it.
That's not a power stone.
No, it's not.
I can't imagine you get...
This is one of the big ones. I don't have enough experience with them. Dax, you know that it's one of the little ones.
Those are the big ones.
Lying check, deceit roll, please.
I've just upgraded this with expertise, so I have a +8, which means I'm instantly going to get a really terrible roll.
+8, though.
There's a 20.
No, 20.
He seems to take you at your word. Although he's already fought a big one, so he's like, well, it looks a little smaller than I remember from that big guy with the 2 swords, but...
Oh, yeah, he's like one of the leader. Like, he's a troll type thing. It's really big.
Alright, well, anyways, not what I was fishing for, so he kicks the trap with his foot. Unfortunately, let's leave this one here. No money to be had. He spits.
So
If you have similar traps nearby, wouldn't you want to hide this so that people wandering around would not be forewarned?
Well, seeing as it's been a couple of days, I don't think it really matters. I normally would have come back and checked these a lot sooner, as you said, to make sure that they're properly concealed, so I pick people off one by one. But we're checking this so far past the expiration date at this point that I don't know. I would have preferred to check in every 8 hours.
I didn't mean to click on that. I was just adding spells to my spell cards.
Oh, that's fine. It's been about 2 days or so. I don't know if they've seen it already. If they were going to see it.
Fair enough.
How big is it? Is it like a smallish creature in general, or is it like a large creature?
One of the blood things. It's one of the little ones.
So
compared to a goblin?
Compared to a goblin?
He's bigger than you. He's kind of the size of like a small gnoll, maybe.
So, out of any of the ones we've seen, especially like the very, very early hatch ones, do any of them match a goblin in size?
The ones that are reasonably hatched are still a little bit taller than you, just based on the physiology. It's the fact that they're kind of hunched over that makes them seem a lot shorter than they are.
Okay, so I could like just put something on my back, cover that, have that be my hump, and then like I'd be around the right height.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
You gonna peel this cadaver off the spike and just wear his skin?
If I take its kit, and then I like get my disguise kit, and I like cover myself in some face paint and stuff, and some like rags and stuff, and then hunch over, I could get close and pretend to be a Kizrathi, like maybe delivering them a message.
You could give it a try.
You think they're on good terms with the Kizrathi? Maybe?
I think at the moment the only people left in that place are Kizrathi.
In terms of its gear, like what is necessary that I wouldn't be able to just have or replicate or make look vaguely like any of my stuff? Like what do I need off it to pretend to be it?
You would need some way to gray out your skin.
I've got that in my disguise kit.
Yeah, you would more than likely need some way to make yourself look like a cyclops with a weird divot in the middle of your forehead. You'd have to remove your nose somehow.
I've got like a disguise kit, so maybe I'll have some putty or something in there that I could do that with.
It's possible. As far as what he's got on him, it's just various like leather sundries, like pouches and things like that. There's no uniform way that they dress, aside from the fact that they all use that black metal that nobody can touch.
Yeah, does he have any like black metal stuff on him?
You note that all the on the pouches, like the little snaps and things like that, are made out of that
I could
kind of
probably
black.
just use like boot polish on my bits of like metal on my armor, because my armor's like studded leather, so there's only tiny bits of metal here and there.
Sure.
Fair enough. I don't really need anything off, and then just I look at him, I analyze what I need. I'm good.
Intelligence check, actually, because there's two components to a disguise check. First, you make the intelligence check to assemble the proper things in order to make the disguise, and then the disguise check is how well you actually wear the...
So I am proficient with the disguise kit, so it'll be intelligence with my disguise kit, which puts me at a +2, and I will guidance. So that gives me a 19 in total.
Okay. So yeah, you notice all the things that I already told you. I was going to subtract things, but not add things. But basically, you've got a rough idea. You got a pretty good check right there, so you know how to assemble the costume.
Awesome.
Guys, this might possibly work.
Very well. I'm willing to give it a try.
I guess we continue on.
Okay. After a bit more time, he continues to check traps. Most of them appear to have been unsprung, though. It looks like a lot of them, he quickly de-triggers them very rapidly so that he doesn't risk anybody else stepping on them along the way. Farag looks disappointed. Just the one Kizrathi is all that he's caught so far. And as you start to make your way towards your destination, you come down a hill. and you see a pretty large area in front of you surrounded by a wall. There is a large building at the center with two smaller buildings out to the front and a well in front of the large building. You see two wagons pulled up alongside of it. And other than that, you can't really see much.
I would like perception.
Sure. Go ahead and
Frog.
give me a perception check if you wanted them.
Frog, I
I'll duck
assume
down.
this is the place.
Yeah, this is it.
22.
Okay. With your perception check, you don't see anything going on down there. You would assume that there'd be a little bit more movement. But
Specifically, I'm
It
looking
just
for
look-
ways that like you might be able to infiltrate like hidden points from like the wall views, etc.
be more specific, I guess.
Like
what-
any
what-
near brush to the wall that allow you to get good cover as you come up to the wall. Any like bits of like broken down wall or vines that might be easy to scramble up. Like how easy is the door to get through?
It looks like somebody stacked stone. And so the wall is fairly well comprised. You don't see any movement or anything going on down there. There isn't a whole lot of brush or anything along the outside of the wall. With your perception check, you also see a large figure laying on the pathway in front of the house.
Guys, there's no one down there except for a large figure laying on a pathway in front of the house.
I take a look at it
Lame.
and try and work out if it's dead.
Laying prone or what?
Just face down.
Press down.
Is that one of your traps, Frog?
I didn't have any that close to the house. I prefer to use the forest to hide most of mine.
Does it look like a person or a Kizrathi? Can you
He
tell from here?
squints. It's too dark. I can't see.
I've got low light vision. Can I see with mine from here?
Well, he's got low light vision too, but it's like
Okay.
middle of the night, pitch black kind of. Oh, they're
Any
coming up
sign
on
of
dawn.
anyone
So,
else?
darkest before the dawn and all that. There is no sign of anybody else.
Well, Frog, if you want to lead the way through your traps, we should probably get a closer look, see what's going on.
Yeah, it's more than likely clear. Let's cut down. We'll cut south. We'll try to come around the front, I guess. I don't know what direction you want to hit the house from.
Well, if you could describe the path I'd need to take, I could stalk closer to that body, get a proper look at it, and then come back to
yeah.
report.
So there's a square-shaped fence around the whole thing.
Okay.
Big building at the center. Two buildings in front of it. The pathway's kind of like a cross in between all those buildings with the well in the top right empty space. The body is laying on the path in front of the house in between the two buildings almost perfectly. Face down. Big guy. Big guy, but you wouldn't know that. Dax had the perception check and nobody else rolled.
Minor illusion in front of us. A small map of the area.
Assuming that he's pointing it out, would I be able to, like, navigate to that point if he's saying the guy is over there, sort of thing?
Yeah, let me see real fast. If you worked your way to the front gate, basically, you could still take cover behind the fence or the wall, the cobble fence, basically, that they've built out of rough stone, and you could look up over the top and get a pretty good idea with a perception check of what's going on.
Okay.
Not something.
Looking to the others to see if they feel that's a wise move.
I can go with you and I can guide you because, I can see in the dark.
That's fine.
Okay, so if you're going to do that, stealth checks from both of you, please.
Okay.
While we're far away, I will use guidance. I won't use it when I get closer.
Oh my goodness.
Natty 1, but I did get a 9.
Okay.
I didn't roll much better. I got a 12, but natural
At
one.
least, does being dark out help at all?
As you're moving, you get down low along the wall. And Frog, what is everybody else going to do? You're just going to wait for him?
I'll try and see if I can spot anything. Look if there's like guards where you'd expect there to be guards.
Okay. Perception check, please. But you guys aren't going to follow Nasan and Dax as they go down.
I just make noise. I'd fall over,
Okay.
Do dwarves have night vision? I
crash
can't
into
remember.
everything. I do have
they
dark
low
vision,
light
yeah.
vision.
So I got a 9 for perception.
Okay. you don't see anything that Dax hasn't otherwise indicated. Like I said, it's darkest before the dawn, and you're already using your low light vision to kind of amplify things a little bit, but you're having trouble picking out shapes with the relative lack of lighting. All right,
just
so
wait
as
and
you're
see.
sneaking down,
See what happens.
you start to make your way towards the front gate. Slowly but surely, this is quite a bit of distance. As tens of feet go by, you stay down low. And so far, you're doing a really, really good job of keeping yourself out of harm's way. And right as you get to the corner of the front gate, Dax, you catch your foot on a loose stone that's fallen off the side of the wall. And keeling sideways into the wall, you knock over a chunk of the wall, which just collapses inwards. And a collection of rubble, banging and everything else.
I freeze where I was and just glance back at him, and then I try to scan around the area to see if anything is moving, anything is reacting to the
Same.
sound.
Yeah, did Frog and I and Mormon hear that from where we are?
Perception checks from everybody, and I'll determine who heard what.
2.
11.
14.
12.
With an 11, you hear the racket from down there, but you can't tell where it's at or what its origin might be. But you definitely hear the racket. Let me take a look at the other perception checks here. Nasan, as you scan around, taking a look, you hear the sound of pushing on door hinges, possibly. A slight creak, almost.
Do I have an idea of the direction of that sound, or is it completely just I hear the sound?
You hear the sound.
Okay. I gesture
but
with my
not a
hand
general direction.
to my ear, and then like I'm not verbalizing it, but I'm gesturing back at Dax.
I motion back and around the wall like we go from a different direction.
You hear the crash of glass as you do that.
Would my
And the sound of footfalls.
perception
stealth.
help me in isolating the location of that?
No, because you used an active perception already. The passive only comes in if I don't call for it.
Okay.
And
okay.
so we've got the active perception already in. You hear a
So do I
crash.
just roll perception again, since there's now much louder and more distinct sounds coming around?
Yes, go for it.
I got
Dax,
24
that stealth's
stealth.
not going to count because you
Ah.
just crashed through a wall.
Well, no, I wanted to relocate like back and around a different wall and then hide there so that I'm not in the same location. Like if I make a noise, I'm gonna immediately get the F out of where I was.
Combat is starting, so unfortunately it's too little.
Okay. I
After
rolled
I
an
heard the
18
noise.
on perception.
In which case,
Nasan, with that perception, you see across the way, near where the body is at, face down, figures moving across that little courtyard, low to the ground, and very, very rapidly. And with that, I need a initiative check from everybody. And I will bring.
After I heard that noise, I drew my bow and said to Adavi, I hear something.
I got 19. I don't have
Nice.
a character to add it to though because I'm not sure where
No,
I'm
I
looking.
don't have a character either at the moment, but I rolled a net 20, so that gives me
Wow.
29 on initiative.
Wow.
I
Am I
will add
rolling? I pressed the
materially.
button assuming I'd be rolling, but actually I don't know if I'm in this fight.
You will be, but you'll come in on the second turn, basically, because you've got to hoof your way down the hill with Frog and everybody else. Let me drag everybody over.
Oh, that removed our turn order.
It's okay, we've got it written on the side.
All right.
That means I can
and-
still see myself on this turn order, but with a 0.
For some reason, I'm unable to select my character.
Yeah, I haven't said
Oh,
I
okay,
wasn't
no
expecting
worries.
it quite so quickly.
No
And so I
probs.
was working. I'm getting everybody all set up right now. There goes Dax, and there goes. That's going to be
Are
Nasan.
you setting up missions with every map?
Carry over for me, like they for
Really?
whatever reason. Nope.
Oh, you might have set them up as like mooks instead of as characters or something. There's a difference.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I have to reset everything every single time I put you guys
That's
on a
a
new
pain.
map. Yeah, it's okay though. It's moving along. There we go. Where did you leave Oscar, by the way?
He'd have been up with the rest of the group.
Okay.
I
Sounds
wouldn't have
good
stealthed
to
with
me.
him. He's
Yeah,
got
I
like a dex of
figured.
0 or something.
Along the pathway right here, you guys can't see text, right? Like right here?
No.
Good. Fantastic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up right here.
Now I can see text.
You can see text now.
I can't.
Mormon, Stoneweaver. Like, I can see the names under the
Yeah, I
characters.
can't
but
see the
that's
text where you
only text I
indicate, though.
There's no writing on the map, though, right?
There's no text there.
Okay. So that's going to put Mormon, you guys are going to be off camera down here with Adavi and Frog. And you guys will join on the second turn if you choose to rush down the hill. We've got Nasan and Dax right there. Bursting through this window over on this side. You see a number of figures and shapes moving through here. But until they close the gap a little bit further, you're going to have trouble seeing them. So just, forestall any warning. They are, at this point, growling and making a bunch of noise, though. And you get a pretty good idea of what they might be. Let's go ahead and we'll go...
We get the idea that they are growling creatures.
Yes.
Damn those growlers.
Mm-hmm.
So your initiative was a 19. Your initiative should be editable right now, by the way, if you wanted to do...
to edit.
I guess I'll put
Nasan?
mine in and it'll just come into play in the next turn.
Yeah, go ahead if you wanted to roll it now to save time. We can do it on the next turn. So you
I'd
got
already
60.
rolled it because I didn't realize how it was going to work, so...
And then take the double Mormon off. I always end up with doubles on here.
Oh, the one that you took off was the one I could see.
Yeah, I can't see anyone apart from me now.
Yeah, I can only see Dax. I'm going to let you alter it because it looks like too many chefs to spoil the broth.
Let me add turns. Let me know if they're showing up for you right now.
I can see me now.
Like, sometimes they add doubles. I don't know.
There we
Yeah,
go.
we're all
Yeah.
on there.
Like,
Wow.
one of them's invisible and, like, one of them's not, and so I'm not exactly sure what's up with that. It's probably an issue with my flash or something else.
Yeah, it seems
There
to
we go.
always be
My
on your
job.
end, weirdly.
Right.
Yeah.
I've updated my initiative now.
Sure, feel free to do so. And then we have...
Frog still needs to roll for his, I believe.
Yes. So Frog's going to have a... Frog rolled very, very well, actually. I thought he rolled poorly, but the dice just got stuck. Okay, you guys are in pretty solid shape for right now. There we go.
Very nice.
And they should be on there. Good. We have ourselves a combat that's unfolding. With the figures that are in front of you right now, Nasan, it's going to be your turn. What do you want to do?
I will whisper. Well, actually, we'll change the order of that. I would like to have Nasan perform a further scan of the area around, not specifically where the noise was coming from here, but just checking around it, see if there's any other element of note in this combat situation.
Okay, sure. A perception check. That's going to be your action, though. Fair warning.
Yeah. No. That I understand that. Am I able to do this action and then position
move.
Nasan as well? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. 17.
With a 17, you note that the building right here,
Okay, yeah.
having heard the crash of glass, you hear "Woo, woo," from inside the building
Okay.
and the sound of heavy footfalls.
From that
From the
building
buil-
as well.
From this one right here, yes.
These monsters
Okay.
growl and they go. "Wah!" These are special monsters.
Okay, so do I still have enough time for a very quick, basically Nasan will say 4 creatures coming from that direction, hostages or mumbled voices from that building, and literally just pass that on to Dax just in a whisper.
Yeah. You also notice that the figure on the ground
Mhm.
starts to stir. And you
Okay.
hear a low,
No.
I pass this information on for brevity's sake. I won't repeat it all, but I pass that as much information on as possible to Dax, and then I move to this side of Dax, just there.
Okay. Sounds good. That puts us on Frog's turn. Off to the side of you, you see Frog take off, Mormon. Like, it seems as though he's locked in on what's happening right now. Having seen the stone wall go down and heard the crash of glass, it's almost instinctual, like an animal. He just takes off running, and you see his shadow disappear down the hill with both of his short swords in hand. That brings us to...
Well, you don't know what's going on, Frog. Where you going, man?
That brings us to Dax. What do you want to do?
I'm going to move, like, back to there, so Noson's covering me. And then I'm going to use my bonus action, and I'm going to inspire Noson.
Okay.
Now, I had this one written down somewhere, but can't find it. I think my system crashed the other day and I lost it. So I'll try and remember it as best as I can. I got off the boat at Woodardley, and there was a card again. Oh, god damn it, I can't remember it.
I don't feel inspired
performance
by
check
this
right
song.
now. That's a 1 on the performance check. One on the performance check.
Oh, damn it. This is a
Crit
problem.
fail.
Yeah. Do you actually need to roll performance for this?
No.
No, he
Sounds
doesn't,
like you should.
thankfully.
Let me just double check what it was.
Because I'm not feeling inspired right now.
Oh, there we go. I got it now. I jumped off the boat at Woodardley, and there was a card again. Welcome to the island that travels so far. Am I gonna fit in? I went to the inn, had a good, like, not a bad time. Met Noson and Adavi for the first time. They were drinking like crazy. No? Okay. Fair enough.
I am liking the bespoke songs, though. I am really liking the bespoke songs.
You get your 1d6 inspiration dice, which I'll knock off my tracker. And then my action. You know what? My action is, on the wall, I minor illusion, a little vague map, and also the words, bad beast thingies, vaguely where I saw the beast coming out. I don't know what they are, but I saw the weird beast with the howling and stuff. And then where, like, Noson indicated that there was, like, hostage, maybe? Weird verbal... I put hostages, question mark, mumbled, question mark, and I make sure that's, like, the maximum 5 foot tall, 5 foot wide, on the wall, facing the people coming down the hill so they can see what the situation is.
Okay.
And that is my go.
Do you have to use your material components for your cantrip?
Not if I'm got a, what's it called? Spell focus.
Spell focus. Right. What's your spell focus again? Oh, there's that armband, isn't it?
No, that's for my cleric stuff. For my bard stuff, it's any musical instrument, and I have a harmonica attached to my breastplate. Well,
Right,
leather armor.
of course. Okay.
All right, Mormon, it's your turn. What do you want to do, having seen Frog take off down the hill?
Well, seeing that, I leap up and say, "Come on!" And then, like, I'm holding my bow. I just start running down the hill. I also shout, "Oscar, come on!" See if he follows. He might not.
Oscar, and you get the feeling that this place holds some significance to Oscar as he starts to trot along behind you down the hill.
Oh God, I hope you can tell Oscar how to avoid the traps.
There were no traps. He said he didn't get them that close.
Oh.
They were all out in the forest, so you guys
That's
are
right,
good.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Dobby, do you do
man.
similarly?
I'm going to come down the hill, but I'm really cautious about this. I'm like, this is probably a bad idea. I'm calling ahead to Frog and Mormon. I want to see what's going on before we get in there.
Okay, so what I need from everybody is there's a wall that you guys are going to cross as you enter the battlefield the next time. I need everybody to make a acrobatics or athletics check, whichever of the two you like better.
Is that the wall that's got my map on it?
No, I figured you put it on the side of the house.
Yeah, because I thought they were coming from our direction, so I was thinking it'll be wherever it's facing them, because I can cast it within 30 feet. So.
Okay. I'll say that it's on like this wall right here, just on the corner of it. So it's kind of like diagonal to where they can still see it.
Yeah, like it can be just beyond the wall so that it's not in the line of sight of the beasties, but it's facing them. Like it can be in midair, so.
Okay. So if I get that athletics or acrobatics check from the 3 people coming down the hill, I'm going to have Frog do his too.
22.
8.
Okay. All right. And that leaves us with the cow, who I suspect... Actually, no, I think I gave him athletics on his character sheet. Because cows deserve it.
Because cows can scale walls?
It's like a low wall. Have you ever seen the walls that people stack stone like around like farmland?
Oh, yeah,
It's not like a tall wall. It's a low wall. It's only
I
like...
thought it was like a proper wall.
No, it's like 3.5, 4 feet tall. When you guys were coming up on it, you guys were definitely down really, really low, sneaking along it.
See, I thought this was a wall to keep people you would keep people out with, not a wall that you just be like, this is mine, that is yours.
Yeah, this is a stacked stone wall that they put together with whatever time they had and whatever materials they could locate. It looks like everybody but Mormon passed.
Oh, Mormon.
Poor Mormon. So on the next turn, you'll start out prone because as you tried to go over the fence, you caught a foot and just swoop, flipped and fell down the other side.
Was he still coming down the hill? Does he roll?
Well, he had picked up so much momentum as he got to the wall that as it flattened out and went over, he just had too much speed and he just ate it over the wall.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Does he roll when he hits the crowd? Just like,
no, because it's flat ground that the wall is on. The hill ends and then it flattens out on the rest of the wall.
It's that
So I
chain
just go
shirt.
boom and embed myself like a foot into the ground.
That chain shirt is meant for people who are much taller than Mormon, so he actually stepped on it as he was walking forwards, and
also it's cursed.
Not good. Also, it's cursed. But it comes with a free Frogurt.
It's doggy's turns. You see black figures that have now broken through the window, working their way on out, and they sniff the air for a moment and rush straight towards the sound of where the wall fell, which puts them pretty much on top of Nasan.
Shaka when the wall fell.
These ones go out this way. Not quite sure where the others went. But good enough. These 2 right here are going to attack on Nasan.
No! We need that Noson for Nosoning.
Yeah, can't Noson.
The first roll was an 18, but I GM rolled it on accident.
That's okay.
So, is that a hit?
Yeah, that is most definitely a hit.
I use my reaction.
Okay.
And
2 18s. Good lord.
Okay, for the first 18, as the wolf dives at Noson, I go,
Stop right now. Thank you very much. Nothing don't need no wolfy touch.
And I subtract a d6 from its attack with my cutting words.
Okay.
That sounds good. I like it.
Do these things even have ears?
Yes, so it goes down from an 18 to a 15.
Okay, so that's only 1 hit then.
Yeah.
It's going to be a d6 plus 1. So it's going to be 5 damage to you, Nasan.
Okay.
And then I need a strength check as well.
Can you describe how the dog is so suddenly confused by my magical abilities?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how it worked, but for whatever reason, the screeching of a singing goblin threw this dog off of its A game, and as it was lunging in, it just flinches for a second. That's all it takes for Nasan to slide out of the way. But as you slide, you see another dog with half of its face kind of rotted away, leaping straight at you with black gunk coming out of its mouth. And it lands a bite as you put your arm up to stop it right on your forearm for the 5 damage.
Okay.
Strength save, please.
Strength save, okay. 16.
Okay, with a 16, you are good. And then I need a Constitution save, please.
Oh, holy crap.
Uh-oh. Yeah, not good.
17.
Okay. So far, both those checks. All right, that's cool. Let's take ourselves over to Nasan's turn. Nasan, what do you want to do?
Okay, so as this dog just jumps up and bites me, I assume it isn't hanging off me. It just bites me and then retreats or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means I've got plenty of room to move then.
This guy had a 6 on his, so he stands up and having half of his movement gone, begins to slowly slump this way.
Okay. So with that, having had my spear out, but being caught a little bit off guard as I have to block, as that dog moves back, I just follow it up and just try to jab down towards the dog with the spear. It's fairly straightforward attack, this one. And where do we have it? There we are.
Oh no.
I'll use my inspiration, so that's a plus 1d6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's 12.
With a 12, you strike out at the dog, but it dances to the side, and unfortunately, you just can't quite land the hit as the spear goes into the ground right in front of the dog. Anything else you wanted to do?
I would like to spend 1 key to enter patient defense.
Sure. Okay. And so you are on patient defense. It is now Frog's turn. As Frog comes over the wall, he hits the ground, and he's moving pretty quickly. But Mormon, you notice that he kind of slows up as he arrives, like right here. It looks as though he sees something. And just in that moment, a body launches itself out of the window here and hits the ground and begins crawling towards him. You also see a banging on the window right here as another body comes out. And clambering in between the wagon and the building starts to work its way out there.
I like how he doesn't say someone jumps out the window. Someone jumps out this window. A body jumps out the window. It starts crawling toward. Like, what?
Mm-hmm. In a very almost puppeteer-like way, just like it's not even. You guys have fought undead before. These ones are moving very, very differently from the undead you fought. Okay. These ones are moving strangely. That's going to be... Frog stops right there. Let me check and make sure that he does not have a... He does, actually. He releases both of his swords and produces a bow very, very quickly, which he draws and fires instantaneously. So that's going to be... a 9. Unfortunately, we just can't get off those low rolls today. Something about him slowing his speed has just kind of thrown his internal targeting off. And so as he breaks to a slow, he fires the arrow, but it's short and sticks into the muddy ground in front of the creature. I also need to add them to the initiative tracker and see what's going on here. They actually performed pretty poorly. Fine. So there you go. That makes sense, though, because everything here is kind of abnormal, and so it would make sense that they would all have terrible initiative. All right, that takes us to Dax.
Okay, so that guy's just got up off the ground, right? He's got like a big-ass sword.
Yes, he does. A very, very large sword. Which he drags behind him kind of along the ground with a screech. Whenever it hits stone or anything else on the path.
Okay. In which case...
I assume it was like a strength roll to see if he could even pick the damn thing up.
I'm going to move to there and pull out my... You know what? Screw it. I won't move to there. I'll move to... I don't even need to move. Yeah, I'll just guiding bolt the one in front of Nosson.
Okay.
Level 1 guiding bolt.
Go for it.
Wow.
17 versus AC with a damage of 20. And it's radiant damage. I don't know if that does anything versus this horrible undead creature.
The sky lights up momentarily as you begin doing the incantations for your casting, and a ring of light appears around the dog, which is just backed out of the way of Nasson's spear. And as it jumps backwards, right then, fire falls from the sky and goes whoom over the top of him and instantaneously erases him. You don't see anything but ash and a little bit of fur remaining when it's gone.
I got it, Nasson! And
Anything else you do?
No, I'm good.
Okay. That takes us to Mormon. You are prone in front of the wall right now, like right there. So subtract half your movement, and you can move in as you see fit from there.
All right, so I'll stand up and then I can move. Well, my speed's 25, so is that rounded up or down?
Go ahead and round it up. That's fine.
So I can move 15. Guessing, yeah, these are 5. Okay, I'll move forward 3. And upon seeing these weird crawling bodies, I'm gonna go, what? Like, by the gods, and then I'm going to attempt to do a firebolt.
Sure.
Ooh.
I'll go for the one on the corner, because I don't want to set that whole house on fire yet. If there's more of them in there, maybe I do, but for the moment, I'll try and not do that.
Okay.
Let's see if this works. I don't know if I've set up the character sheet right. I guess we'll see. I think this
Very
works.
nice.
I got
That
a
is
20.
a hit. Roll me some damage.
This should be a D10, and it was a 3.
Okay.
Is damage.
So as you pick yourself back up, you see the creature burst out of the window, and you see Frog over there do like a little crow hop and fire and miss. And so you flick your wrist outwards, and the bolt juts outwards and curves back in and strikes the creature right at where its heart would be, except that the creature is wearing armor, and a splash of fire comes around the area where it impacts, and you see a bit of his beard burn away. And it does do damage, so 3 damage done.
And then I'll probably do nothing else in there. I guess I can't use like a bonus action to put the bow away or anything.
Sure.
I can do that?
Yeah, I'll allow it. That's fine.
All right, I put the bow away. It looks like I'm not going to need it. I seem to be
Okay.
getting the hang of this magic thing.
Yeah. Navi, it's your turn. What do you want to do, buddy?
I don't see any reason to get any closer to these guys. Staying here by the wall is probably the best for me here. I'm going to cast Scorching Ray at this prone dude on the ground. I'm going to send all 3 at him. See if I can take him out.
Sounds good.
Nice.
What the hell did I just do there?
I don't know.
You need to make an
That
attack
is
roll with your spell modifier 3 times. What you've done is roll a save.
No. I mean, I clicked on it. Did I click I might have clicked the wrong one. Let me try it again. Hold on. No, it is just not working.
Yeah.
So I have put this in, and it's just not working.
What's your
for some
charisma
reason.
now? Like, it's +4, isn't it?
Yes.
So roll a d20 +6 for each attack.
I have no idea why this isn't working.
That's okay.
These things happen.
Ryan never used the attack things because I found them be buggy myself.
No, it's set up for spell card. This is why I don't understand it.
Oh, yeah. If that happens, you have to delete it and make a new one because I've had that bug out and lock in before.
Oh. All right, so 3 attack rolls, 20, 19, and 14.
Okay. 2 of those hit, the 20 and the 19. Okay, so you've got a
7 and a 10.
7 and a 10. As you're
didn't you roll
approaching-
11 and then a 7 and then a 10?
Oh, you're absolutely right. 11
Yeah, the
and
10
then
was an
7.
extra one.
I didn't see the 11. I'm sorry.
Okay, so 11 and 7. As you're moving forwards, you reach upwards and you push magical energy in front of you, and 2 giant rays of red death emerge from your hands, zipping towards the enemy at high speed. They slam into the side of the creature, and as it's laying on the ground, it pushes it downwards towards the ground, and you can smell the you can smell burning flesh and see the crackling of the skin as it curls backwards off of the skull, but he's still up.
Damn. These guys are
in
tough.
sort of a roundabout way.
Which one was that at? Was that the same one as I shot?
Yeah,
Yes.
that one right there.
Yeah, Mormon looks at his smoking hand and then at Davy I'm learning.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Rock's
That's gonna
full.
take
Everyone dies.
Doggy turn. And actually, I'm going to reorganize the tracker very quickly. There we go. So I skipped Doggy's turn. But Doggy, this dog's going to move over to here.
Okay.
This one is going to enter down to here. This one is going to play to right here. This big guy here is going to... Oh, he can. Okay. Well, there it is. He moves slowly to engage the target that was heard over here by the wall that the rest of the creatures are approaching. Nasan, the two dogs that have you pinned corner to corner, they're not going to have disadvantage because they have advantage, disadvantage, cancel each other out. Yeah. So we're going to do 2d20, and we're just going to add whatever happens to the top of that. I'm sorry, add the bonus to the top of those. There's an 8 and a 19, so it's a 10 and a 21, respectively. The 21 is a hit, unless you have other secrets up your sleeve.
My AC is 17, so...
Okay. I don't think it's worth me using a cunning words on.
So that's going to be 3 damage coming from the dog that's to the top right of you. As you're kind of presently over-engaged at the moment, you're actually a little bit overwhelmed with how many things just rushed you. Mm-hmm. You step back for just a second, and it disrupts your defense, so you take 3 damage from him. The dog that just rushed you from the top left, he's going to do his at disadvantage.
Technically, he would also have a flat roll because, like, Nosson is surrounded. You don't have to be one of the surrounding ones, but provided the person is surrounded.
Oh, really?
Do I need to roll, like, strength and dexterity? Strength
say strength save, please. Wow, the dice are so on right now. So he rolled an 18 because it's 16 plus 2. You don't get knocked down.
I will cancel out that 18. So as the dog, that last dog, like dives in at Nosson, I'm like, who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who? And I will reduce his roll by 1d6.
Okay.
God damn it, EE.
Damn it, that's a 1.
So unfortunately, it's still a tie.
Yeah. So the first one that tried to jump me, I made a strength save against it. I'm assuming 19 passed. Do I need to do the Constitution save now?
No, the Constitution save was a 1 and done, and I'll let you know the effects of that a little bit later. You don't get knocked down. The second dog lunges and does 5.
Okay. I grunt with the force of that impact, and another strength save?
No. Since you've already steadied yourself on this turn, I'm going to let you use that one to pass. You managed to masterfully keep yourself on your feet as just a flurry of teeth and claws come at you, and you're just trying to push them to the side and get out of the way, but it's dark, and you're having a rough time. Big guy, you can hear the sliding of his weapon as he walks towards you.
Okay.
He actually does a flat roll. No. He should have disadvantage because it's...
But he's surrounded, so it's a flat roll.
No, they have dark vision. Never mind. I was trying to throw you guys a bone. Okay. Well, here we go. Let's see what happens.
Does it roll?
That's going to be a 12. So that's going to be a 15 and a 14.
Both are below my 17 armor class.
Okay. He takes the sword in one hand, even though it's a huge two-hander, and using some kind of supernatural strength brings it overhand and downwards, and you feel the reverberation through the earth. As pushing a dog back, you see it at the last moment, jumping backwards, the blade just barely caressing across your eyebrow. You feel it slightly disturb the hairs as you slide backwards. That brings us to...
a beast right now.
Yeah, he's doing his best. Dude's on the ground. So I need to make a check here.
The scientific term for them.
Yeah. The door at the front of the house, which was jiggling and barely trying to stay on its hinges, bursts open. And out crawl several more creatures. They aren't going to act till next turn. Perception checks from both. Ooh, Dax, give me a perception check.
I knew I should have just set the whole house on fire.
Dax, a perception check And also a perception check from Mormon, please.
18.
And a Davi. With an 18, you see movement inside the house still. The
There's more of them
contents
in
of
the
the house are
house!
not fully laid out.
9.
16.
Mormon, you corroborate this information as you hear the shout go up. You see forms and shapes going past the windows, and the one behind the wagon, you think you see a hand pulling itself up. Adavi, you don't see anything because you've got those purple things in your eyes from just launching a blazing sun laser in the middle of the darkness. And so,
Mormon,
unfortunately, you're unable to see what everybody else is seeing right now.
That's a good point.
Laser.
Daffy, you can't really see much, can you, right now? Because
I don't have low vision or nothing.
no one's got a
no.
light or anything up.
There'll
Yeah,
be a light
technically,
in a
he should have
minute.
been at disadvantage for both of his scorching rays, or all of his scorching rays.
Actually, the guy was prone, so technically he should have still been even disadvantaged even then, so...
That's true. I wouldn't use the picture, though. I mean, the picture is just kind of the picture.
Oh,
Just treat
okay.
them as, like, zombies, basically. I just use different ones to give you a different idea. And also so that they weren't taking, like, 30 actions on one turn, so I could designate, like, 3 different enemy turns and stuff like that. It just so happens that they're all at the end, though, so it's like, ah, well. Also, Dax, from the left-hand side of you, you look over, and through this little gap right here, in the side, you think you make out a number of fluttering, flapping tents, but worse than that, you hear the sound of neighing of horses. Frenzied, but guttural and almost raw, like horses that have almost lost their voice.
There
As
might
the
be
top of the fence,
necromancer horses over there.
you see that. Nobody else sees this but Dax, okay?
I
so
vaguely
just
shout it, but...
That'll be on your turn, though.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, there appear to be several large horses trampling behind the wall over there that were in some kind of corral. They're looking over in that direction and bouncing up and down as amped horses are known to do. Nasan, what do you want to do?
As I see more and more dogs and this giant sword wielding fellow, and then the sound of more enemies coming from the north, I just shout back, "Dax, fall back! We can't hold against this. Regroup with the others." And I use
Can I reply to that
1
quickly?
point of
On your turn, since you're basically up next.
I use
Spot.
1 point of key to activate. What's the term? Let me just find it a second. Sorry. Here we are. Step of the Wind. So I take a disengage as a bonus action.
Okay.
Does that move me a certain distance, or does that just mean that I can now move freely from it?
You can now move freely.
Okay. And then with my action, I'm going to dash. So I move my 40 feet first over to here.
Okay.
And then, let me just.
Would you be able
move
to
my
see that
camera a little
creature
bit.
there in the dark without vision, though? Or would you run straight into it?
Oh, this one right here, this one's dead. I was just keeping him
Oh,
on because he's on the
okay.
tracker.
I'd
So there.
move
I'll add a little
35
symbol to
feet
it
back
so you
there.
guys know he's dead.
And then an additional. Oh, well, actually, how does. If I tried to cross that wall, would that be an additional acrobatics check, which would be an action, or would that just reduce my movement?
It would just reduce your movement with an acrobatics check. So if you fail the acrobatics check, I would say that basically you get over the wall, but it ends your turn right there.
Okay.
Or it reduces like 20 feet from your move or whatever it is. But it would
How many feet from the move would it take?
you probably do. Well, I'd have to do the acrobatics check first. And if you succeed, then you just move normally. If you
Okay.
fail, it reduces it by like half of what you ever.
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine then. I'll move my 35 to here, then 40 all the way to this square.
Okay.
Splat.
Yes.
Question: is Oscar supposed to be on the turn order? Is he doing anything, or is he just sort of passive?
Here. We'll give him a double turn coming up next.
Okay.
I noticed his name on the map is Dax.
Yeah, that's because Dax has control of him. So technically he would act on the same turn as Dax. So
gotcha.
you can take. Because it's now your turn. Because Frog is forward. And this guy here, as he passes by, he's going to attack. That's going to be his main hand strike. And it's going to be for 12. Unfortunately, that's not enough. It seems as though as he's going by, he wants to take its head off But undead creatures are unpredictable, and it stumbles over something, and its head lowers right as he swings, and you can see the surprise on his face, everybody that's around him, as it goes whisk over the top. As he turns his body, he tries to jab the sword backwards into it as a desperation attempt to get rid of the creature. And that one finds home in the back of the creature's neck, severing its spine and dealing 2 damage, which is exactly enough. The sword explodes out the front of the zombie's neck, and as he jerks it back out, the creature falls to the ground, its head being severed from the rest of its body. That thing is gone. Dax, it's your turn.
Like, when I killed the wolf with the guiding bolt for 20 damage, did that look like super overkill or just a general?
You erased him. I mean, he just evaporated.
So super overkill. Do I want to hit the wolves or do I hit the big guy? Probably want to hit the wolves. Okay, so firstly, as my action, by the way, when I checked the amulet earlier, had it recharged?
There was no way to tell that. All you got the feeling from
was it
that
like
it
the
stopped.
gem like full again? Because you said it kind of went dull and empty.
I said that there was like a candle of smoke coming up
okay.
from it. I never said anything about the luminescence.
Okay. Well then, in which case, I'm going to shout hold fast. Is that a free action just to shout the words?
It is.
Hold fast.
Okay. And from there, I'm going to target the bolts because technically you don't target it. The amulet just kind of senses there's enemies around. It's going to fire a magic missile. And so let me roll 3d4 or 4 plus 1 here. And we'll see what we have to work with. Okay, so you've got 3, 4, 4. With the 3 and the 4 that you've got, I assume you want the one that's above you to go away?
Sure.
Okay. So those 2 bolts are consumed as they slam into the side of the dog. You hear, "Yarr!" And you see kind of blackened blood splash all over the wall behind it as it's knocked out of commission. With the final bolt, it juts off towards the guy with the axe and hits him for 4 damage. It doesn't even seem to stop. He doesn't even flinch. He just keeps plodding forward.
Wait, there's an axe?
I'm sorry, the sword. I apologize. His claymore.
And then I'm going to look at the big guy. Like, is he looking like a zombie? Has he got like any necromantic flesh that I can see?
As you're looking at him, you can see black weeping down out of his eyes, which are rolled back in the sockets. From his mouth, you see teeth that are starting to fall out, and black rot coming from there as well. And he looks at you just with a blank stare as he lumbers towards you.
Okay.
You could try reasoning with him.
Sing him a song.
I gesture at him, and I'm like, he's wearing metal armor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I gesture at his armor, and I'm like, that armor's really hot. Like, really hot. And I cast Heat Metal.
Okay.
Which is going to use my 2nd level spell slot. So he takes 10 fire damage when I cast it.
Okay.
It takes up my concentration. And since he can't drop his armor, he must succeed on a DC 14 con save or be disadvantaged on attacks and ability checks until my next turn.
I'm going to go ahead in that second part. Since he can't feel pain, it doesn't really rationalize that he's going to be able to take the disadvantage. He's
would
undead, and
normally
so...
state that undead are immune. Like, since it doesn't state that in the spell, like a lot of spells do state that. Since it doesn't state that in the spell, I assume maybe it's because it's like fusing to his like body and melting arms and stuff.
I would reason that would be due to the pain of it heating up and being on your body, and like you trying to be like, and you're choosing to act through it. So that's why you would take the disadvantage. Whereas since he's undead, not really a concern. Like, he's just going to sit there and take the damage because he doesn't feel it anyways. It's more a question of disassembling the body.
Okay. That makes that significantly less useful then. In which case, I'm just going to leave.
Okay.
I will dive over there.
Will he now just keep taking damage because he carries on
if
wearing
I use my bonus action
armor
every
that's on
turn.
fire?
Well, didn't you say you're not casting the spell though?
No, I already cast it, so.
If you want to take it back, you can. Since it was a bit of a
well,
pop
I already
surprise.
picked the spell out, so like I guess I would.
It's only fair.
Like I didn't know that we were house ruling like that, so I'll have to talk to you about picking the spell later. But since I've cast it now, it doesn't make sense to go back and retcon stuff for expediency's sake.
It's up to you. You're perfectly allowed to. I realized that the second half was a little bit disarming.
I'll talk to you a bit later. Like I don't want to go back and rethink my spell slots at the moment. It would be a bit disconcerting in the middle of a fight. And I'm just gonna then use my bonus action to hide as a goblin.
Okay.
So stealth. I get an 11.
Okay. With the 11, that brings us over to Mormon's turn.
Okay. So there's still a zombie. There's a zombie on that cart. Is that a very flammable looking cart? I don't know whether I want to set it on fire or not.
It's made out of wood that's been lacquered and whatnot.
Oh, Oscar's turn.
Oh yeah, Oscar's turn.
Oh,
Move
yeah.
Oscar. You can do what you want to do with Oscar. He should be under your control.
Careful now. At least ask consent first.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and he can move on the diagonal. So he's going to move to. He's going to move to there. He wants to save me. Oh, he can dash. Do. There. Done.
Okay.
Now, does he get a second turn to make up for missing one before?
He's an
yeah,
ox. He'll be slow.
That's fine. It's up to E. If he wants to take it, he can take it. If not, that's fine.
Nah, it's fine.
Okay. Mormon, what do you want to do?
And he said, like, can I tell? Well, how many zombies have I seen inside the house?
You just see moving shapes inside because it's very, very dark. And even with your low light vision, you're looking into a dark building with no light sources that you can tell of. And so you can see shapes moving in there. You think there's probably a few left, if not more. The initial number that he gave you was like 12 to 15 might be remaining in the Bowerstone gang from Frog.
So 12 to 15 is how many he thought would still be here rather than how many overall. So there may be like another 10 zombies in there. I think I'm going to try setting the building on fire.
Sure.
So, I mean, I guess I'll try cast a firebolt through the window.
Okay.
That way I can set the inside of it on fire a little bit quicker.
Sure. Give me an attack roll just to determine like how on or off it is because this is kind of a precision shot.
10.
Okay.
Maybe I still hit the house? I don't know if that means I just don't cast it or whatever.
Yeah, so as you're casting, I mean, you're trying to hit the broadside of a barn right now, so what was the range on that spell? 120?
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to say that you were trying to fire through the window, like, right there, and the attack roll wasn't enough to make the special shot. So it veers off to the side. I'm just going to roll... Oh, I don't know. Let's pick a direction here. Doing scatter rules in D&D feels weird. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And so it's going to go to like it's going to go to like right there. It bounces off the wall into this bush and sets the bush on fire. And so the bush is now aflamed.
Oh, does that mean I can see in the dark now?
I didn't see
You
a
can.
ping.
Now that the bush ignites, you do actually have visibility.
So
I
good.
didn't see
Thank you.
I didn't see the
Oh,
ping. Where was it?
This bush right here, I'm going to mark it in just a second. So let's go. That works. Sure. So that bush is currently on fire.
Still don't see it.
Yeah, I've not seen
you
any
don't-
pings
Oh,
or
I'm
any.
sorry. I put that. There we go.
There we go, I see it.
That bush is on fire.
I guess I also have a move. I'll move just forwards.
Sure.
There we go. A bonus action. Suddenly, there's a hand axe in my hand.
Cool.
Well,
Sounds good. Davi, what do you want to do?
I will not move forward. Now that I can see, I'm going to cast Scorching Ray on these two guys. Let me ping them for you. Here and here. If you'll ping. Come on, you stupid mouse. There you go. Okay.
So a quick caveat before you decide if that's what you want to do, because I don't want to
Go for it.
blindside you. He's going to have a +2 to his armor class because he's behind the bush.
Okay.
And this guy right here, technically you don't have line of sight on because he's behind
Because
the
of the
door,
door.
which is burst open.
Gotcha. Okay, then. Okay, well let me see. I can't see through there. Let me move a little bit then. I will move then. Damn it.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. I'm gonna move here, 3 tiles, and I'm going to cast at this dude then. Does he not have cover there?
He's good. He's wide open.
Okay. Then we're going to go wide open on his ass. Let's do it.
Okay.
See, now it works. So the rolls were 11, 26, and 23.
26 is a crit.
The 26 is the crit, so that's double damage.
14.
The first one missed, the 11. The second 2 are hits, though, the 7 and the 2. So roll 2d6 more for the 7 and add it. So the 7 becomes a 13. So you did a 13 and a 2. So that's 15 damage to the one that's walking out in the front. And so that's this one right here is the one that you wanted to target?
I'll ping him again, this guy.
Okay. As the bolt slams into the side of him, once again, now you can actually see, which is great now that the bush is on fire. Like,
yeah.
there they are. And you take 2 fingers and you point, and 2 rays of fire come out and dealing 15 damage. Let me see what he's got going on right now. I think I'm on the wrong layer, though. Yeah. You swish the beam sideways, and it cuts the zombie in half as the top part of his body spins off of the lower half, and they both fall to the ground ineffectively. Is that it for you?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I get that laugh in as well. Yes.
Okay, you got the laugh in.
We're
You
good.
laugh at whatever's taking place. The dogs, they are now up. The first dog on the top, this one right here, is going to make a perception check to find Dax because he gets advantage on it. He rolls a 11. What did you have on your stealth check, Dax?
11.
11.
So it's a tie.
Okay. And so the bottom dog's going to do the exact same thing.
What happens in ties?
This dog's going to go up to
It's
here.
different for an ability check. It's like a stalemate.
Well, okay.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody wants to look it up real fast, I was just going to move forward.
I think it's
But,
like if you like get a tie and stuff, you do like an arm wrestling competition. It's like a stalemate. The difference is for AC, but for other things, it's like the status quo continues or something. GM's discretion.
It says for ability checks, the one rolling wins.
But I roll beforehand, so is it? I've now set a DC and then they're rolling.
Yeah, you set the
Okay.
DC and they'd be the one rolling. So technically the 11 would beat yours. In which case, he's sniffing around this way, and he actually manages to find you. So he moves over to there. This big guy, if one's aware of you, all are aware of you. Although we do have a cow right there, too. Let's go ahead and we're going to try. He's going to go this way, and slumping over the wall. This is going to be a nightmare. He's going to try and slump his way over the wall, and this will just end his turn if he fails it. I think he's got a -2 or something like that. Good lord.
Oh, it was a very nearly a 19. It was so
Yeah.
close to a 19.
And so he slips and falls as he's coming over the wall. In fact, knocking a chunk of the wall out as he stumbles forward. He doesn't fall prone, but it takes him enough effort and brain power to untangle himself from the rubble around his feet that his turn ends right there. This dog now being aware rushes. I think dogs have, so it's 25. We're going to go 20, 20. There we go. Found it. He'll move to here. So you have 2 doggy attacks coming in.
Can I just clarify? Does the first dog get to attack because it used its action to perceive?
Oh, it did. That's right. You only get the one. So the 14, I guess, is negated. So the second dog attacks as he rushes up. He's going to miss, though, and he's not going to be able to do much against you. That brings us to Standing Zombie's turn. Standing Zombie has got to work his way out from behind the wagon or across it, which is going to require him to make another gnarly check that he probably doesn't want to make.
This is just like every zombie video game or movie ever. They just fall all over the place. They can't do anything.
Yeah, they're flop monsters. He rolls a 4, which means that he's going to get over the wagon, but it's going to end his turn because it's going to count as like super difficult terrain or whatever. With that, another one comes out to the window to here. And to here. Yeah, there are quite a few. And then another one slumps his way out the front right here, which is kind of weird, all things considered, but initiative is what it is.
Can we just have EE voice all the zombies?
That sounds like an old man without his dentures.
Crawling zombie number 1 can make it to you.
Fuck off, crawling zombie number 1. No one's likes you.
Not even
Zombie number 2, I'm not entirely... Oh, God, he can make it too. Good Lord.
Is it a party at Dax's house?
Thankfully,
It's
Dax
definitely-
has the highest AC of anyone in the group, so...
It's definitely a party at Dax's house.
Yeah, Dax, you want to tank for us, Mr. AC Man?
No, the problem is I've got concentration spell up.
What's that?
Nope.
So that's a 14 and a 15.
Nope.
Although
His AC
technically
is-
they have advantage because you're surrounded now, more or less.
No, I don't have anyone opposite me.
Okay,
The point.
that's all right.
Well, if the rule is that you have to be flanked, then it makes no sense for someone who isn't part of the flanking maneuver to gain bonuses.
Yeah, it's because once you're like actually flanked, your attention is so split into different directions that you can't properly put up a defense against a single person. If you've got 2 people in front of you, that's a lot easier to deal with than like if you've got people behind you because you're constantly trying to turn your attention. That's why it is.
All
Doesn't
right.
make a bit of
And,
sense.
I can certainly
So
agree
with
from
that
my
done-
experience from sword fighting. Bye, kitty.
I need to go 40, 20. The horses in the pen get super rowdy, and you see this wall right here start to collapse inwards as they're just ramming themselves against it over and over again. Doesn't look like it's going to hold for long. That brings us back around to Nossan's turn.
Okay, well, given that, then, I am going to move my...
In all fairness, did you see me go over the wall? Because you've
Move
got
over
human
there.
vision, and I dived over the wall and you're facing the other way. You might not know where I am.
No, I've got no idea where you are. I'm going to try and get over there to the wall, so I'm going to roll an acrobatics check.
Okay.
And
That's
I know
gonna
which tile I'm going to, so we'll see which tile I stop on if I fail.
Sure.
Here we go. 13.
Okay. 13 is good enough to make it over the wall.
Okay, so that takes my move to get there, 35. Now, what type of building is this at this point? Like, I just mean the outside. What type of building is it?
It appears to be a stone building, which has been constructed with no windows or anything else along the outsides of it.
How tall
It
is
stands about 10, 12 feet tall
Okay.
before you get to the eave. And then from there, it's got a thatched roof which goes upwards.
Okay. Would I be able to use? Would I be able to attempt to climb it using acrobatics?
It would actually be a jump check to kind of jump and grasp
okay.
onto the edge. It would take you a little bit of time. So on this turn, you would be able to jump, and on the next turn, you would work your way up and you would take a move, basically. So jumping, let me see what your vertical jump would be. I forget what the rule is. You jump at like a base level rule, and then you add your strength bonus or something like that. And it's in 182. If you wanted to go ahead and make me a acrobatics check, please, very quickly, while I reference this.
You want me to make an acrobatics check? Yeah.
Yes, I'll let you use acrobatics for jumping.
Rolled an 8. That's not very good.
Okay. So you rolled an 8. You can high jump, so it's 3 plus your strength modifier.
Okay.
So technically, the check wasn't even necessary. What's your strength modifier?
0.
0. So yeah, you hop upwards, but then you're like, huh, that's higher than I thought it would be.
So there's no way for me to climb that.
I'm allowed to let you take an athletics check
What?
to see if you can increase it, but since you failed the check pretty badly,
Okay.
it would actually detract from your score by the way that I would rule it. Where I do it just like I do for a score check. You get an extra foot for every 2 above 10 basically that you
Okay.
got.
No, that's cool.
Okay. Was there anything else on your turn that you wanted to do?
I'll call out to Mormon and a Davy. Just shouting out that Dax is surrounded. There's more. There's a massive sword-wielding zombie or something.
It's really hot.
Would you even be able to hear me?
I mean, you were shouting,
I mean,
so...
We're not going to judge you, Dax.
I am. I'm going to judge him on that one. If he's into zombie porn, that is legitimately, you're allowed to judge someone with zombie porn fetishes.
That's a slippery slope, though. If you're allowed to judge that, what's next? Bagel porn?
What will they
I mean,
take
come
from
on.
us next? First, they came from my zombie porn, and I said nothing.
Because I was not a zombie.
Yeah.
And then they came for my bagel porn because I was not a bagel, right?
Uh-huh. And pretty soon they come for just the regular old bog standard missionary porn, and then what are you going to do?
Wait, what did
Then
you
what
just
do
Are
say?
you a missionary?
Think about what you just said.
Just saying.
They come for...
I mean, yeah, it's a loaded sentence phrasing, sure.
Really?
Loaded.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was going to stop on it, but we're going to stop on it, sure. It's Frog's turn. Frog,
Get him, Frog.
hearing you say this, you hear him go, ah! And he dashes downwards and uses dash as his action to get to right here behind this zombie and reinforce poor dear Dax.
Thanks, Frog. You got this.
That's his action, though, so it's Dax's turn. Dax, what do you want to do?
I'm going to spend my action to disengage.
Okay.
One,
But you have advantage.
3,
Aw.
4, 5, 6.
Okay, you had advantage.
And I use my bonus action. I'm going to heat that metal again.
Okay. Roll that damage.
That's crazy, being able to cast spells on a bonus action. That's amazing.
It's not casting, it's just continuing the same spell because it's concentration, which is why I'm trying not to get hit.
Of course.
That's why I'm
Right,
running away like crazy because I'm like, I don't want to be hit because this is an expensive spell for me. 9 damage. And then...
See the map even further, and you think you see droplets of it starting to fall off.
Does the zombie care?
Nope, not even slightly. No notice whatsoever.
I need to get the Alt key. There we go. I'm good. And free
Things you'll
action.
do for a show.
Free action. I shout.
Oscar's blocking the alleyway here. There's a lot of them.
Why is Oscar moving tactically to protect Dax?
Because
We
Oscar
didn't make that
loves
animal-
me.
I know it's you're not like a ranger or something with
To be
some sort of
fair,
telepathic animal bond.
Oscar could still be facing forwards, but provided he's in the middle of the two tiles, he'll still block
But
them.
why would a cow reverse and then
I'm gonna
perfectly
say
place his flank?
That Oscar sees the face of Epstein, the dead guy, and roars into a rage and charges because that's what he would do.
Can I make
Get
an
him,
animal
Oscar.
handling check to try and calm him down? Be like,
Oscar, no, just... He'll come
You
for you,
can
just
try.
stand here.
You can try, but this is the revenge he was talking about. This is his revenge. You promised.
oh, don't
You
worry, he will
promised.
die. 14.
The rage is pretty hot. Oscar really, really wants this guy. He wants him.
Get him, Oscar.
He wants him
You
bad.
got this.
So where was Oscar previously?
Like a few tiles forwards.
So he was like right here? Or like right
Somewhere
here?
like that. Like
I think he was right here because I remember
Maybe.
that shape with the L on the back of him. He rushes Epstein. And then he's going to make an attack.
Is this a hoof attack or a horns attack?
This is going to be a horns attack.
Yeah, I think this would be more of a goring attack, I would say. Oh, wow, he sucks at life.
I gotta say,
He comes in with
this
his
is
head
Oscar's
down
fault.
to try and
If
gore.
Oscar dies now, that's Oscar's fault. I'm having steak.
Get it? You don't have any steak? He's a cow.
No, I was literally saying I would eat him for dinner.
Oh.
After he's been like savaged by plague-ridden zombies. Yeah, Dax is not the brightest spark
No.
in the light shed, is he now?
No,
Come on.
he's got intelligence of 10.
He fails to hit. He tries to attack
he's a
the big
blunt
guy.
fuse, that
His
Dax
head
has.
slams into the molten metal, and the zombie just leans forward and slides back a few feet, but is otherwise undamaged. Like he still is just standing there trying to move
Doesn't
towards
Oscar
Dax.
get advantage on Epstein because Epstein was prone? Because he fell over the wall.
Oh no, he wasn't prone. It took him the
wasn't
rest of
prone.
his turn to get his feet out from under the rubble.
I see. Sorry,
He just spent his
apologize.
entire
Yeah.
movie just went flomp.
Oh, that's
Yep.
right, I get you. Makes
Okay,
sense.
that takes us to Dax. Was that the last thing?
Well, I used my action to disengage. Used my bonus action to do that. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Mormon, what do you want to do?
All right. Well, I wanted to ask, like, does the fire spread? Basically, what's the fire's initiative? How often does it then pass on to
I'm
the next
tracking.
thing?
You'll find out.
Okay,
The fire goes out.
Surprisingly, bushes
that'll be
kind of
annoying.
normally have water in them.
Yeah, these are actually well-hydrated bushes, so it's kind of magical fire that's keeping it up right now.
Damn it. Right. I'm gonna move forward a bit.
Okay.
Get a Mormon.
I can get to. I don't know. The thing is, there's zombies, and they might like infect me with horrible zombie stuff. But I'm gonna go there, and I'm gonna throw an axe at the nearest one's face.
You'll be
Okay, go
fine.
for it.
You're just saying that because I'm not you, and you don't care if I get zombified. It means more money for you.
A 15.
Well, everyone cares about the money.
15.
A 15 is enough to hit. Roll me that damage.
4.
For 4 damage, do you not get a...
He did. He rolled a 1.
Yep.
Oh, you rolled a 1. Sorry, that looked weird to me because it didn't... Normally it lights it up in red, a minimum or a maximum green. Okay, 4 damage dealt. You throw your axe, and it sticks into the shoulder of the zombie, and its shoulder gets knocked back slightly. It keeps shambling forward.
Pop. It's back in my hand.
Okay. You hear a sluck as black fluid starts to run out of the spot where the axe is now teleported away from.
And that's my turn.
Okay, Adavi, what do you want to do?
I am going to twin my spell this time, and I'm going to try to hit both of these zombies. This one.
Okay.
And this one.
Go for it. Do your thing.
Okay, 9, 24, and 20 on the first attack, and 13, 8, and 19 on the second attack.
So the second one, the bottom one right here,
Yep.
it's 7 damage because only one of those hit.
7 damage, cool. And the top one?
The top one did 17 damage because 2 of them hit. The scorching ray slams into the side of his head, and you see just puffs of ash and skin rocketing off the side as he's pushed sideways, and eventually his head goes psst, and just explodes all over the wall, and he's been killed.
Oh, I love Adavi's evil laughs. Highlight of my day.
Bye.
He's having fun. Wait, no, I was
That's the
attacking
wrong
this
one,
one,
isn't
dude.
it?
Which one did you attack?
I'll ping him again. This one.
Okay. Then that one is dead.
The one that had an axe in his face.
Lemon kill steal.
I know, it's weird, isn't it, Moment?
This guy was like over here, was he?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's exactly,
That's
what
exactly
it was.
what it was. Get out of my mind, Shen!
And with that, we're going to finish up
We
this
think a
round.
lot alike.
We do, actually. We used to do that in our Factorio collab all the time.
Yep.
This dog right here comes this way and stays on Dax. He wants you. He wants
Goddamn
you, and he's
dog.
going to eat. 11, but my dice are really off right now. I started out
As he
strong.
comes up to me and tries to bite, I just like put my foot out and like kick him in the nose slightly just to keep him away.
Yeah, you put your
No,
foot out onto his
down.
shoulder. And you're like, no. This zombie right here, he's gonna go around to the back of Oscar. Get to roll with advantage.
Ah.
That's going to... And so
You
he's
cut
going to
out
roll...
there, Splat?
You really cut out there.
Am I back?
Yep.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So that's going to be a 25 for the people that are on the MP3. He rolls 1d6 plus 1 for damage. And he's going to deal 2 damage, grabbing at the heel of Oscar.
Wait,
but Oscar now has
25?
to...
Do you mean a 17?
I'm sorry, a 17.
I was just
17
wondering,
and a
how's he
10
got a plus
are
10?
legal.
Like, that would be crazy. That's like a badass
Yes.
zombie dude.
17 and a 10, sorry. 17 and a 10. The 17 hits, the 10 does not, and he deals 2 damage. Oscar now has to make his strength check to see if he can keep that foot from being pulled out from under him.
You said last time that because he was a large creature, he wouldn't have to do those. I don't know if you like. I don't mind which way you do it, just for consistency's sake.
Those are dogs. These are... Well, actually, yeah, it's still a dog, so...
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's flanked, though. He's not paying attention. Maybe he gets lucky. And indeed, that should actually be a 22. I put the wrong bonus on it. So he should be because his save is in strength and constitution. So he stays on his feet. Nothing bad happens. We've got standing zombies now.
Does he need to make a constitution save?
He does. He does indeed. So let's go ahead and do that.
Oscar is amazing.
Oscar, we don't know what happens just yet, but he seems to be fine.
Cow Paladin.
Standing zombies. First and foremost, they've got to make a -2. Okay, so with an 8, he makes it to this side and falls. He's not able to keep it in there. Another standing zombie to here. This standing zombie additionally fails and plops on this side. So he can't complete his move. With the sword. Big dude with the sword. Closest target is the cow. There's no reason for him not to do this. It's time.
Don't.
He rolls a 15, which is a hit on dear old Oscar.
Do I have any idea of Oscar's AC at this point? Because I don't know if I want to use my cutting words.
No, you don't.
Okay, in which case I won't bother.
That's going to be a hit.
Shots at your pet, you would have known.
Big guy.
Did you just suggest that he attack his pet to find out how well?
Apparently, I've got to attack my pet 20 times to find out. So yeah, that's not exactly the best of ideas.
Big
guy takes his claymore and rams it into the front of Oscar before jerking it out. And you're
Doesn't he get 2 attacks with that sword? Because he has 2 attacks against me. The guy with the sword.
He had advantage. He didn't attack twice.
Oh, right.
Because of the surround.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, I get you.
Technically, he should have advantage right here, too, but he already rolled enough to hit, so why worry about it?
If he gets a crit, he could crit. It's fair.
Yeah, he could crit, I guess. He could crit, I guess, if he really, really wanted to be like that.
He didn't crit.
He didn't, though. So that's a hit. Yeah,
7 damage.
The cow looks reasonably well hurt. Not super hurt, but definitely he's got a sword wound in the front of him that he didn't have before, and that would count as hurt for me. Crawley zombies.
I know how that feels.
Crawley zombie is going to make his way over to Mormon, who is the closest target.
Get him, Mormon.
And he's going to make an attack roll. He tries to grasp at your ankles, but you just get away from me. You kick his feet out of the way after having teleported your axe back. And in the same motion, you kind of shuffle him to the side so that he can't get after you. This zombie right here can move to there. And I think that's all the crawlies. I think that's all.
Aren't there 2 down by Frog? And
yes,
Oscar?
they're their thing. They're not going to try and play tactically or anything like that. The dogs, I figure they have hunting, pack mechanics. They would try to work their way around. But for the zombies, they're just going to be mindless husks. So there's going to be 2 attacks going after Frog right now. And those are both going to be at a +2.
Damn. He rolled a 20 and a
22 and an 18.
That's
So
22
22 and an 18.
So it's going to be 2d6 from the first hit. It's going to be 6 damage. The second hit is going to be... Damn it. There it is. A 7, actually. So he takes 13 damage as one zombie grabs his leg, the other reaches up and grabs his stomach and just starts tearing outwards, and you see his leather armor peeling back, and you're as the zombie starts to work its hand into his stomach.
Does he have to make a constitution check?
Yes, he does.
Work his hand into his stomach?
Having seen zombie movies, they're brutal, man.
They're
Brutal.
weird.
Nothing is sacred. Not even the structural integrity of your stomach lining.
Okay.
We're gonna
And
have
with
to kill
that,
him. We're gonna have to kill him. He's turned.
that's the end of the show. We're going to finish this combat up next time. We're out of time for the day. We are Roll4It D&D. The team is in... Oh, yes, by the way, hold on. We have one thing we have to resolve
Oh, okay.
Oh, what?
before this gets worse.
Horses.
Horses.
All right.
Apparently there are 47
That's what
horses.
they've been trying to jump the wall for the last year or something.
Oh, they're ramming it. They're ramming it over and over again with their chests.
Good. That's
And
great.
with that, the wall right here in front of this horse crumbles inwards. And so he's technically right there, and we'll start resolving their movement as they file through, basically,
Yay!
in just a moment. But that's going to be it for our show. With the team in a precarious situation, this is a tough combat, but they are holding out and doing pretty well right now. It feels like damage is being dealt, but they're actually leveling zombies pretty quickly. Leveling zombies, they're hard. I mean, you guys are a speedy group, and zombies are not fast. And so you've quickly locked in on the right strategy here. We'll finish this one up in the next episode next Friday. So, without further ado, EE, where can we find you and what are you up to?
You can find me at youtube.com/Enter playing XCOM 2 Long War, RimWorld, Mass Effect, which is also being streamed, and then the VODs are being reposted. You can catch me at twitch.tv/Enter with that. And some other things. And you also catch me at twitter.com/Enter. Might be a little bit slow on some of the videos in the next few days, but Long War is definitely recorded. Shen, where can we find you?
I'm not below you, man. I'm like right now. Whatever.
You are right below me right now.
You're totally below him right now. We're in the combat,
I'm
man.
sorry.
Man, I'm on
we're on
top.
the other map. Gotcha.
I was wondering where this weird order had come from.
My
Bentham
apologies.
is holding us
My-
all up with his massive, broad, muscular shoulders right now.
He is truly Atlas.
Yep.
Last I looked, I was in the other corner and you were in the middle. Don't worry about it. Anyway, my name is Shen. You can find me at youtube.com/Shenner2, where I'm uploading some RimWorld Alpha 16. Absolutely fantastic game. But on Twitch, I've been playing Mass Effect 1. Just finished that up on my first Renegade run. That was actually a lot of fun. We put Captain Anderson up as like the leader of the human hegemony of the galaxy. Fuck that. That's amazing. Going to be heading into Mass Effect 2, hopefully before Andromeda is ready, because that's coming out next month, and I cannot wait. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I
Is
need
it
to
dropped
finish.
or is it a reboot?
No, it's completely different. It's set in the same universe, but basically, around the time at the end of Mass Effect 2, so before the events of Mass Effect 3, they launched a ship to the Andromeda galaxy. So the people in there, as far as they're aware, they only have news up to the end of Mass Effect 2. They know nothing about what happened Mass Effect 3 onwards.
Yeah,
I only
they're
played-
basically a lifeboat like the Ark.
Yeah.
That'll be the place to start with the Andromeda for me then, because I never played 2. I'll be like, all right.
See, the idea
I have
is
no
like,
idea.
it takes place with the same world theory stuff, but you don't need to necessarily play them beforehand.
Yeah. I'm enjoying
desperately need to play
so
ME2.
much.
It's such a good
much.
game. You need to play it, Splat. You have to. You have to. It's so good.
You don't just owe it to your viewers, you owe it to yourself.
3 is the best game
think
if you
your
know the
soul.
ending. By
I
far.
think I just have it on my console, though. I don't feel like playing it on a console. I think that's what it comes down to, is I have
Yeah,
one
console.
on my console, and I just don't feel like it.
Yeah.
Splat, it's 100% free right now.
Yeah. It's free
Mass
on
Effect 2
on
it?
EA.
Yep. It's
Yep.
free.
Oh, but then I got to put it on...
No. You gave us
The
an
excuses
excuse,
are coming.
and the excuse is being
In
nullified.
fairness, 2's a
You only get
really
one
good
excuse.
shooter.
Origin is
It's
garbage.
a bit of a RPG.
So just in case anyone out there was interested in Mass Effect, especially with Andromeda coming out next month, and they don't have any of them yet, 2 is free right now.
Get it while you can.
So what about Mr. Abak? What are you doing?
Well, you can find me over on youtube.com/Avac or on Twitch TV /Avac. You can also follow me on Twitter at @Avac_.
Why did it
Currently on YouTube, I am playing Avorion. I am playing Stardew Valley. I'm also first tasting a game called Merc, which is This is a very, very oversimplified way of explaining it, but for brevity's sake, it's XCOM Lite. Is real-time XCOM Lite. And I'm also continuing with the the faction of Pandemonium Chorus in Medusa's Raft colony in RimWorld Alpha 16. Really good colony. Started with a rich explorer, and just the random things that came up when I was looking for a colonist that didn't have loads of negatives. Because if you're playing Rich Explorer, you can't afford for your first colonist to have a bunch of negative traits that they can't clean and things like that. So I just kept hitting random until someone didn't have any negatives, and it ended up being a prostophile cannibal. So it was like, yeah, it has to be Dark Havoc. And then he spawned with the pet warg. So it's like, oh, this is great, because I've got the a dog said patch for expanded prosthetics and organ engineering. So I'm going to have a cyber warg with my cyber cannibal. It's going to be great. I'm enjoying the caravan.
So your class is basically sci-fi ranger.
Yeah,
Sci-fi. It's like a sci-fi ranger, but he's also a prostophile. So he's like a mechanicus ranger.
Mechanicus.
Well, prostophile doesn't necessarily mean you can do your own mechanics. It just means that you really, really want them.
Yeah. So what about you, Bentham? What are you up to? The order's changed on the screen now, so I'm a little bit thrown off.
It's even more confusing. But yeah, you can find me on Mangleport Gaming on YouTube, and I play lots of Factorio stuff, and I'm also playing stuff at the moment like Rodino, where I fly around a real-scale solar system without loading screens, which is pretty cool, and uncover this really awesome story. And I'm also playing Production Line, which is a game about building a car factory with lots of little different sections.
It's really good.
Yeah, I'm picking up
belts
soon,
and stuff.
hopefully.
It's pretty cool. I just put 1 million science labs down, and then I didn't get anything done for the whole episode because every 5 seconds it was more science, and so I kept being like, okay, so I'm gonna build more science. Like this was
it is
maybe a
really
mistake.
kind of early alpha right now, so
Yeah.
It was my own fault. I'm like, I'm gonna build 20 research stations. This can't possibly go wrong.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah, what are you doing, Splat?
I am currently playing a full docket of survival stuff. So at the moment, I've got Conan going on. Probably going to let Conan die pretty soon because there's not that much to do. As soon as I get the good gear and I start going out into the good dungeons and I start checking stuff out, I think that's probably where I'll cut it. And I've got the good gear now, so now I just need to do all the dungeons. But aside from that, I'm also playing The Hunted Part 2, which is going to end tomorrow for the Long Dark. Working my way through all the challenges right now to get all the badges. And so I've got Nomad left and I've got Hopeless Rescue left. Both of those. Nomad seems like it's going to be super easy. Hopeless Rescue, not that worried about it. Honestly, I think Hunted Part 1 was probably the most difficult one, and even that wasn't that bad. I think they need to ratchet up the difficulty on the challenges a little bit. They're not really challenges right now if you've played the game a lot. Aside from that, I'm also playing... God, what else do I have going on? I have the Wild 8, which is actually growing on me. I didn't like the Wild 8 at first. I was really just like, I don't like this game. But then I realized I had 10 hours played, and I was kind of like, I kind of like this game now. It just took me some time to get used to it. Other than that, I'm also playing Diluvion, which is... It's one of the few games so far this year that I would call a flawed gem. It's such a great game.
The theme is
until
lovely.
You hit the until you hit the warts. Once you hit the warts, you're like, okay, that bumps it down from an amazing game to a 7 out of 10. I would still recommend it for submarine people who like exploration games like Rebel Galaxy. Rogue Galaxy. Same kind of concept. I think Rebel Galaxy's the one. If you like Freelancer and Rebel Galaxy, you probably like it a lot. But at the same time, don't expect the polish from those two titles. There are still a lot of little things that are just that's annoying. I wish that didn't exist. But you keep playing because it's a good game. And it's got a good setting, like E said.
I came across the quick save stuff you were complaining about the other week. I was like, yeah, so I'll finish this episode and I'll wait. I've just beaten the boss, but it hasn't quick saved. Guess I'll do this bit again.
Yeah, and wait till it, because the game saves itself. Wait till it saves you when you only have 1 tank of oxygen left and you're hella far from the nearest city. That autosave feature, you will want to murder its face off. You'll be like, why did you do that?
I quit my
my
saves.
God,
I did 7
why did
episodes.
you
I
do
was like,
that?
look, done an intro to this. Think that I'm good here.
Did you get to the second zone? Because that's when the game starts to get good. It's unfortunate that the first zone is not that much fun, because the second zone is super awesome, where you start to get, battle cruiser-sized subs that are, the size of, you look at them and they take up the entire screen because they're so big. You're like, oh
yeah,
my god,
I fought
that's
that
huge.
boss. That was the boss I fought in like the last episode, and I was like, wow, this is kind of cool.
Was it the crab boss?
It's like, what is it? The Yamato that's got like the big legs and stuff, and like
yeah, that's the crab boss. Yeah, the Yamato ship. Yep, it's a cool game. It's just got problems, and the last patch fixed the controls, so the devs are listening, but it's just like it's taking them some time, you know.
Are you streaming yet, Splat? Is your internet problems resolved?
You can find me at youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming and Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming. I figured out that Comcast is throttling my neighborhood at 5 o'clock every day because my bandwidth dies right at 5 o'clock every single day, no matter what. I thought it was the rain, but that's just because it rains every single day. I started watching an actual bandwidth tester, and it's right at 5 o'clock. 4:30, 5 o'clock, my bandwidth dies. And it's because everybody's getting home from work, and they throttle the
Peak
neighborhood. So I'm having them convert my connection to a business connection so that I'm not on the same line this week. And then I should be back up and running with streaming.
Yeah. Why do you think my stream ends at 5 p.m. every day, Splat?
It is super irritating because they're
Welcome to
bald-faced about it
Comcast.
too. I called them and I was like, "You're throttling my neighborhood at 5 o'clock," and their answer was basically like, "Yeah, so what?" Like it was basically just like, "Yeah, I can't do anything about that because it's business. Your neighborhood uses too much bandwidth, therefore we throttle you. I can't help it." And it's just like, you're so bald-faced about it, and I hate you so much.
To make sure they don't have to do that.
Yeah, and then it's like, what are you gonna do? Swap to AT&T and have even worse bandwidth at the same price? No. So shut up and get back on your internet. Like, oh. So I'm gonna switch to a business line this week, and hopefully that
you're
fixes
being
it.
emasculated by your telephone company. That is so bad.
Yeah.
So
Telecom on the
bad.
West Coast is fucked, dude. They have a monopoly and they can do whatever they want. It's
Don't you
the
live
worst.
in like California? Don't you like have the fiber and everything? And it's like,
No.
what?
Google's headquarters is like 25 minutes from my house. We don't have fiber because Comcast stomped them out and said they can't use the poles. They fought them in court and was just like, "Yep, you can't use our power lines, so where are you going to put your cable? Nowhere. Have fun."
Wow.
And so now Google can't do anything.
What a douche move.
Bear in mind
You know
that
what's
the
really
poles
stupid
and the
about
cables
that?
were bought with federal funds and on
Mm-hmm.
state property.
Exactly. In other words, those were essentially just given to Comcast, and now
power of
Comcast
lobbying.
won't share them.
The power
That's so
of
bad.
lobbying, my friends. The power of money in politics. It's crazy.
So
You
bad.
can do whatever you want. But that's it for
If
us.
anyone-
This is D&D.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to help, there's always the ACLU. Give it a fucking shot.
Yeah, but net neutrality is about to die in like the next 2 years, so it doesn't matter anyways.
But give it a
It's just
shot.
hopeless. It's hopeless. Thanks for coming, everybody. This is D&D 5th edition. We'll see you all on Sunday for the first fucking episode, the first Fraggin' Drekken episode of Shadowrun 5th edition, season
Mhm.
2.
It'll be
New
good.
cast of characters, just as much pink mohawk, just as much fun. We will see you all there for as much nudity and dancing to iPods as we possibly
It's
can.
all mirror shades. All mirror shades.
Yeah, say what you want, but I'm still going to be naked half the time.
That's fine. As long as no one
Fine.
can see you, it's still mirror shades.
If you're naked half the time, that means your survival will only be for about 30 minutes because you know your skin isn't that bulletproof.
I'm a mage. Armor spell force 10.
Don't
Sure.
spill the beans. It's supposed to be a surprise.
All right, I'll see you all
Okay.
next time. Thanks for stopping on by. It was fun. Bye-bye, everybody. Find us
care,
next week
everyone.
on Friday.
Safe.
Bye. And